Alright, I'm finally here. What's going on, everybody? CDG donated $2. Hey Richard, how's it going? How's Jasmine Gummy? We're all doing good. Had a pretty chill day. I kind of wanted to get up earlier, but I just fucking couldn't. I had just slept most of the day. I guess I just needed it. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Hey VG, could we PLS react?
Gaza is no more.
Yeah, I guess we can. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Gaza has been.
Israel's war on Hezbollah is over for now. The ceasefire ends almost 14 months of fighting.
Just wanted to say fuck Sam Hyde and his white nationalist bullshit. He's become a lot more mask off recently with fish tank, and it's actually insane how badly he wants to preserve whiteness. Anyways, how are you doing?
Oh. That's kind of weird. I thought he kind of gave up on all that shit because it's basically ruined his career and reputation. But I guess he figures now with whatever platforms he's streaming on and shit and the way he's making money, it doesn't matter. But I'm doing good. Can't complain. Just had a pretty decent workout. Thanks for the donation, Farce. Fucking 3 years, 1 month. I am celebrating, though. Alright, well, thanks for the support, Stitching NoFap.
And 2 months of a direct and deadly assault by Israel inside Lebanon. President Biden and the US administration pushed to get the deal done before Thanksgiving, and no doubt this is the first good news from the Middle East in a long time. But 170 miles to the south, there's very little to feel grateful about. Israel's war on Hamas continues unabated, and the IDF's conduct is facing intensifying scrutiny. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and sacked Defense Minister Yoav Gallant face ICC arrest warrants for war crimes. Reports by the New York Times and others accuse the IDF of habitually using captured Gazans as human shields. President Trump has assembled a stridently pro-Israel cabinet with little patience for his critics. Many supporters of the Palestinian cause fear that life beyond the war holds precious little cause for optimism.
Wall's lost only till this is why I'm glad the Democrats lost. Gum Gum! No, what are you doing? No Gum Gum! No Gum Gum! No Gum Gum! Son of a bitch. Let me take a look. Wow, what an asshole.
Happy Thanksgiving VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, I just learned this fact that Vivek Ramaswamy is very supportive of lab-grown meat and opposes the bans in L and FL. Watch.
I'm focused on factory farming.
Alright, I'll watch that in a second. Walls is a fucking cunt. Thanks for the donation. Walls lost.
And for those who are new to it, I guess this is the system that produces much of the meat we eat. And I think in recent years there have been increasing people across the political aisle saying there's something wrong with the system.
Everyone, fascinating interview today. If you're
No Gum Gum! No! Gummy! Get off! Get off! The fuck are you doing, dude? Oh my god.
Stuck in liberal media bubbles, you'll probably come away with the erroneous view that
It's an interesting political dynamic. Most people may think about animal rights activism as a traditionally left-wing or liberal issue. But you've made reference in our conversations over the years as well to this actually being more of an issue of bipartisan concern than people might appreciate. Tell me more about what you think is as the conservative case for animal welfare and concern about animal rights and where you think that comes from.
Yeah, I mean, conservatives have always opposed animal cruelty. You see these people saying, "Oh, only liberals care about animal cruelty." That's crazy. We've had animal cruelty laws almost since the founding. These were uncontroversial laws to ban the worst forms of cruelty to all animals. 1820.
Okay.
So you've got laws in the early states back in the 1820s. You got
What? That's fine.
You've got these laws existing
You can have one.
for hundreds of years. And the crazy thing that's happened in modern times is factory farming lobby came along and created exemptions under these laws. They said, we know we're violating the animal cruelty laws, but we're going to create some exemptions to allow us to do it. But on your point of conservative support, I mean, the strongest federal law we have, the Humane Slaughter Act, was signed into law by President Eisenhower. It was upgraded in a push spearheaded by Senator Bob Dole. More recently, Tucker Carlson has said that he dislikes the way factory farms treat animals. Joe Rogan has talked about this a whole lot on his podcast. You've got people, other parts of the aisle. Robert Kennedy Jr. He started a group to sue factory farms. I mean, that's how he got started.
So I don't know if you're familiar with this. You must be. I mean,
Can data donate $2? A recession will be fun. Trump should bankrupt Mexico and Canada. That would be fun. Ian Miles Chong. He's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, it's probably going to impact Quebec more than anybody else. They're one of the poorest provinces, which is funny. I don't know if Trump is going to go ahead with the tariffs. It's really stupid. Just remarkably dumb. There's no point to it. It does nothing. It makes everything more expensive. It's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Canada. CDG donated $2. What do you eat on a regular day now that you're eating normally? It's mostly like chickpeas, tofu, beets, broccoli. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Happy Thanksgiving. Went out to look for a tofurkey today, but they didn't have any. RIP. Just decided to get a real turkey instead. Not a big deal for just a one-time thing. I kinda deserve this one after the year I've had.
Sure you did. Thanks for the donation, dude.
and this is an area you're following closely. There's a company called Memphis Meats. Have you heard of Memphis Meats?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So I actually met their founder years ago while we were racing cars. Like literally, we were like a car racing event. It was fun. He and I got paired, and he was telling me about his company. I was telling him about my company. I was a biotech CEO at the time, and so we're like literally racing cars down the winding cliffs of California. It was awesome. We had a great time. So I stayed in touch, watched this company. Apparently, it's done pretty well. And what they're doing is they're basically engineering meat for.
Dodo donate $2. Thoughts? Is this true? I think the average life expectancy of a pro IFBB open bodybuilder is like 43. So, yeah, that's probably true. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Nutritive value, they claim for taste, for other reasons that might be commercial in nature. They're not killing animals to do it, but they're using cells derived from animals. So they're from the animals, but that doesn't require torturing or killing them. But they actually make what they claim to be. I have no idea whether or not, I can't vouch for the factual specifics of the product, but could in the long run, and there's other companies like them that are making meat that could be better than normally derived meat from factory farming or from other forms of traditional meat production. And what I thought was fascinating was, so this is just a food that's out there. Maybe you want it, maybe you don't. It's being served as a delicacy in some restaurants across the country, as I understand from.
Happy Thanksgiving, nigger boy. Don't think I forgot that you owe me a kiss on the tip of your penis. Jasmine won't get jealous, will she? Smile.
Nah, I think she'd be fine with that. Thanks for the donation, random gal.
Reading the news and knowing the guy who I've stayed in touch with, where they are. But then I wake up one day and see that the state of Florida, the same state where the ballot measure went to the people to say that we're against certain practices used in factory farming, where the people of Florida, hard red Florida, have said they're against it, and I would have voted accordingly as well. That is the same state that actually banned, just like outright banned, the sale of any lab-based meat or any engineered meat from being sold. So not to say that you get to choose to do it, but to say that actually you don't have the choice as a consumer in the free state of Florida to be able to make that choice, which I thought was fascinating because it's the same state that actually went in the other direction when it came to this other question on factory farming. So what do you make of all of that? Because I think it's just so interesting.
Yeah, I think these state bans on the sale of growing meat are just crazy. I mean, they're so obviously.
How many are there?
Well, there are 2 states that have already done it. So Alabama is the other one.
Okay.
And there are a whole bunch of states that have got bills in the legislatures now. So there are a whole bunch of these states where it's in the legislature. And
what's the argument for it? You're a guy who can always offer the argument for the other side. What's the best argument for it?
Well, I mean, honestly, they've been transparent about it. The argument is that this is bad for the incumbent industry. I mean, this is.
Are you kidding me? So it's not that it's going to be like unhealthy for people, or there's some sort of like health.
There's been a little bit of that, but I mean, also, if you go and look at the legislative session in Florida where they were deliberating this, there was no pretense. I mean, there was a little bit of like, oh, this hasn't been tested by the FDA or something, but like mostly.
Suddenly we all want everything to be tested by the FDA. Interesting how that works. Yeah,
thing,
the
right?
failed drug administration. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise it was really just saying this is going to hurt an incumbent industry. This is bad for my constituents.
Able Donate Tellers, did you watch the Dune movies? If so, what did you think of the movies? Saw the first movie, thought it was mostly boring. The technology in the movie was also stupid and didn't make any sense. And I think that's just kind of a product of it being, a novel from like what, the 1970s or 80s? Or is it even earlier than that? No, 1965. It's. They should have probably updated things so it makes more sense. So everybody has force fields around their body that prevent like certain weapons from being able to kill you. And the way around that is they mostly fight with like swords and stuff. Because like a slower moving blade can go through the force field, but something that goes very quick can't. I thought that was just remarkably stupid because the way technology works like that is they just make new weapons to overcome, body armor like that. Or they would just fundamentally change the way warfare is waged. Like, there was a scene in the fucking movie where these enemy spaceships were bombing the fucking shit out of all these, spaceships that were on the ground so that they couldn't be used to take out, their spaceships. Why would they disembark their spaceships and then fight in hand-to-hand combat when they have like these crazy bombs and explosives they could use? So when I see stuff like that, it just annoys the fucking shit out of me, and I can't take anything like that fucking seriously. It's just so stupid. But like, it's a product of being a science fiction novel written in the 1960s by a guy who didn't really know much about weapons or the military and thought the idea was kind of cool. So I thought like the film was sort of outdated and stupid, and I couldn't really take it seriously because of that. And again, a lot of the film was just fucking boring. It kind of petered on. The action scenes I couldn't enjoy because they're just fundamentally stupid. So I didn't like the first film, and I didn't bother watching the second film, because why would I bother? It's just a stupid movie. Thanks for the donation, though, Abel. Peep the Frog, $20. They got what they deserved for going to SeaWorld. Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Which ones?
I mean, we have a name for that. It's not called capitalism. It's called crony capitalism.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, that's
laws
right.
that are designed to protect
And you know, I mean, the
industry from
irony here
competition.
is the other people who are pushing these bans are European socialists.
Dodo, donate $2. We playing Shenmue later, right? Question mark. Yeah, probably.
How do you feel about indigenous rights?
We're visitors on this place.
This was their land first.
We're occupying their land.
How do you feel about Jews having a claim to the indigenous land of Israel?
I think the Palestinians are indigenous to that land. I think they're kind of like occupying as well. Yeah.
I'd love to share with you maybe some facts.
Sorry. Hello?
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. I can see your phone that you're not talking to anybody. When you guys think of Jews, do you guys think of indigenous people?
No. I was misinformed of the subject of this interview.
Second, Israel was part of the indigenous people's conversation. You guys didn't want to talk about it.
Yes.
I am Native.
We recognize our own.
Have any of us truly been to Israel?
Yes.
Y'all went to Israel?
Many years. We've lived there.
They're Zionist Native Americans who see a lot of similarities between Jews and being indigenous to Israel and them and their indigenous nature. So do you have any questions that you'd want to ask?
Israelis are colonizers. Like, do you believe in that? Like,
I don't agree. First of all, most of those people who say that have never been to Israel. You know, there's 3,000 years of archaeological history there. The 7th century, Arabs started Islamicizing all of the Middle East. Right? So they were doing to indigenous tribes ethnic cleansing, genocide, forced conversions. That happened to us too, with Christianity. To remove the indigenous identity of the people, you rename the land. It's like the ultimate insult, and you rename it to the land to their biggest enemies. So the biggest enemies to the Jewish people at that time were the Romans.
I see.
And so they renamed the land Palestine.
It was only even associated with Muslims more so in the 60s and 70s of the last century.
I didn't know that. I think I need to do my own research on this.
Do it, yeah.
The population of Israel are dark Middle Eastern Jewish people, Persians, Iraqi, Moroccan, and the minority are the light-skinned Jews. But even though they're light-skinned, they're still indigenous.
I did Ancestry.com, and it was interesting. It came back that I was 100% European Jew. With a footnote, though, your blood is actually from the Levant. So really, you're from Israel.
As native people, if I go back to my land and get land, I'm not colonizing it. It's being restored. It's land back. So the Jewish people, they've returned home.
If the Jewish people are not indigenous to the land, the question then to me is, well, then where are the Jewish people indigenous to?
The same way Chinese people are from China, Italians are from Italy, Jews are from Judea, which is the land of Israel.
Since their language and their religion and their ethnicity can all be traced scientifically back to the land of Israel, then why is it that they can't receive that indigenous support from the world to have their one spot? Because the Arab people...
We live by it, measure it, and feel it slipping away. The subject is time. Our lives literally revolve around it. But what if time is merely perceived and not real? An attack on the existence of time might seem ridiculous at first glance, because you can look at a clock and see it ticking away. Anything we can physically measure must exist. That's what scientists have always said. Yet, some prominent physicists are discussing the potential of developing a new theory of physics without the presence of time. Are they crazy? Or could they be onto something? What if everything we thought we knew about time is an illusion, a mere byproduct of our limited understanding of the universe, and perhaps our own brains? Answers to those questions and more. That's coming up right now. For centuries, the idea of time seemed simple and unchangeable. Isaac Newton, one of the greatest minds in history, believed time was absolute, a universal constant that ticked at the same rate for everyone, everywhere. In his view, the universe was like a giant clock, perfect, precise, and predictable. Time was a steady rhythm that governed all events, flowing independently of everything else. But in the early 20th century, Albert Einstein came along and turned that idea on its head. His revolutionary theory of relativity shattered the Newtonian view and showed that time is not an absolute fixed quantity, but is relative, intertwined with space to form what
Mangusis, don't you tell her she looks handsome? Oh my god. Oh my god, she is handsome. Wow. So fuzzy. What a nice little deer nose. So pretty. Oh my goodness. Deer are so nice. Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor little baby moose. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a nice moose. Oh. What a nice little baby. He helped the little baby. Oh. Oh my god, they're still friends. What the fuck? There's a lot of people who actually say it's impossible to ride a moose. That's pretty funny. Wow. Oh, what a sweet moose. Oh my god. Oh. The hell is this? Is that a rabbit sheep? It's like a sheep rabbit. Oh my god. I like how dreams can be complete nonsense.
I just wanted to get a picture. I'm a big fan of the show.
Good whoopee shit.
Oh, whoopee my ass. Man, you ought to learn to chill.
This guy isn't funny. I'm actually going to, Is that his official account? Yeah, I'm just gonna block him. I fucking hate that guy. Yeah, that dude's not funny. Don't send me any of his content. It's like the most shit comedy imaginable. Thanks for that donation, Mangusis.
what we now call space-time. According to Einstein, time can stretch and compress. It can speed up or slow down depending on your speed or proximity to massive objects like planets or stars. For example, someone traveling at near the speed of light would experience time passing much slower when compared to someone standing still. Similarly, someone standing on the surface of Earth would experience time flowing more slowly than someone standing in outer space. This discovery stunned the world and forever changed our understanding of reality. He put the concept of absolute time into the grave. Yet, even Einstein's elastic spacetime may not capture the full story. Some modern physicists, like Carlo Rovelli, have proposed ideas that are even more radical. In his influential book, The Order of Time, Rovelli argues that time, as we experience it, might not exist at all. He suggests that time is not a fundamental feature of reality, but a construct, something we impose on the world because of how our brains are wired and how limited our perspective is. Our brains have invented the idea of time in order to make sense of the world, to impose a cause and effect to events to make them seem rational and non-chaotic. Before you dismiss Rovelli's ideas as just some rogue scientist saying crazy stuff, you should know that he's one of the most respected physicists in the world and is one of the architects of loop quantum gravity, a leading theory of everything that attempts to bridge the gap between general relativity and quantum mechanics. And Rovelli is not the only scientist promoting timeless models. Craig Callender, a professor of philosophy at the University of California, has also raised questions about whether time is an illusion. He says, quote, time may exist only by breaking the world into subsystems and looking at what ties them together, unquote. So where do these ideas of time not being real come from? They come from quantum mechanics. To give you some background, in Einstein's theory of general relativity, which describes gravity for large-scale objects such as our bodies, planets, and stars and galaxies, treats time as an intrinsic part of reality. time is interwoven with space into a kind of fabric called space-time that can be warped and dilated at high speeds or in the presence of gravity. But in quantum mechanics, time isn't malleable and doesn't change like other properties of a quantum system. Recording the passage of time, in fact, requires an observer to consult a clock, external to the quantum object. In other words, there's no arrow of time in quantum mechanics. And in fact, quantum theories can be formulated in a way that doesn't even include time. But in practice, whenever we are looking at quantum processes that change or evolve, we impose the ticking of a clock on the system by such things as keeping time classically in order to measure the progress of the system. Whether time actually exists at the quantum scale is a question mark. We don't know. What we do know is that unlike general relativity, time in quantum mechanics is not built into the formulation. This leaves our two best theories of reality, general relativity and quantum mechanics, at a fundamental impasse. This conflict is referred to as the problem of time and raises the question of what time really is, whether it's a real and distinct phenomenon. Rovelli considers that in the realm of quantum gravity, where one attempts to combine the two theories.
Smegma donated $2. Let me see. I'm assuming this is India. Yeah, that's India. Yeah, I'm never ever going to India. That's gross.
Give me your phone, bro. Give me your phone.
Back up, man.
Why you recording me, bro?
On trip. Back up.
Oh, you said what? I'm from EC1, I know, nigga. Give me your phone, nigga.
Did you have a good Canadian Thanksgiving? How are you feeling tonight? What is your current weight?
I don't celebrate any holidays. Doing good. Just had a decent workout, trained chest and shoulders and triceps. And current weight, I think I'm around somewhere between 210, 215. I haven't actually stepped on the scale, but my lowest weigh-in when I was dieting was 207. Just before I, ended the diet. I'm assuming I just gained around 5 pounds or something since then, just from eating more, having more body water and stuff like that, but haven't gotten any body fat gain. Thanks for the donation, James. CDG donated $2. Let me see.
Welcome to City 17.
Pick up that can. Pick up the can. Don't move. Hold it. Hold it right there. Look out. Look out, Pussy.
Are you listening?
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
The worst nightmare.
Think of the people below.
Fuck them.
That was pretty good. Thanks for that donation, CDG.
When I showed you that clip with Vivek and lab-grown meat, you skipped this part where the Trump administration helped Memphis Meats make lab-grown meats legal to produce.
I didn't skip anything. I was just reacting to other videos. How in the fuck could they possibly ban it in certain states then? That's so fucking retarded. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
What's one thing the US is good at besides movies and entertainment?
They're good with manufacturing guns and letting people defend themselves. It's definitely one thing they're good at. The US used to have good tax policies and used to invest in infrastructure and stuff, but yeah, there's just been so much political and corporate corruption. You're seeing like massive income gaps and shit, and has a crumbling infrastructure. And even though you see increases in GDP, median income isn't really increasing much, so you know. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Abel donate $2. What are your favorite games of all time? Last of Us 2 is probably my favorite of all time. Metal Gear Solid 3 and 5 are also two of my favorites. Devil May Cry 3 and 5 are also up there in my favorites list. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Assetto Corsa, BeamNG, I really like that game. I also really like Dirt Rally 2 and WRC. I'm a really big fan of Half-Life 2 and Half-Life Alyx. What else? Cyberpunk, I really liked. That's one of my favorites. What else? I have a lot of games. I really liked Batman Arkham Knight. That's also one of my all-time favorites. At the time, Arkham City was one of my favorite like superhero games, but I thought Arkham Knight was so much better. Like, Arkham Knight is really dope. Modern Warfare 1 and 2, Black Ops 1 and 2, and Battlefield 3 are probably my favorite multiplayer shooters. Really like the Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4, the original and the remake. God of War Ragnarok was dope. God of War 3 was really dope. Oh, shit. Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 3, Ultimate Edition, Mortal Kombat 9, and Mortal Kombat 11 are probably my favorite Mortal Kombat games. Those are some of my favorite fighters. Tekken 8 has been my favorite Tekken game so far. I also really liked Virtua Fighter 4 and 5. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and there have been so many issues with a lot of the Street Fighter games. I'd say Third Strike is probably my favorite Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 6 would have been my favorite Street Fighter game if it didn't have that shitty fucking drive impact system that just fucked the game up completely. Ninja Gaiden 2. Really like the Ratchet and Clank series. Rift Apart was really fun. Up Your Arsenal was really good. Really liked RoboCop Rogue City. That was a really good, like, low budget, small studio shooter. Sekiro is one of my favorite games. Shenmue 1 and 2 are kind of so bad they're good. I appreciate them for what they are. I like the Uncharted series as well, but those are some of my favorites. I also really like Doom, Wolfenstein, Warhammer, 40k, Space Marines. CDG $22 low. I thought this was pretty funny. Saw it earlier today. I wanted to show you.
People love asking me if we can save our planet, if we can stop global warming. They don't understand that the planet is already dead. We need to get to Mars. They don't think I can do it. Obama calls me a fat nerd, autistic, a geek. Obama is a incompetent asshole. The trailer park is full of dopes like him, alcoholics, stoners, overall dumb people.
Oh, spherage.
There's this weird man that lives near my trailer, Putin. He has a lot of abused horses. He is kind of a D-bag. There is one man that controls the park. His name is Kim Jong-un. The guy has bombs all around you. If you give him shit, he'll blow you up.
Well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Thanks for the videos. I know it's not easy work. And thanks for always providing intellectually stimulating debates. We love watching vegan gains destroy brain-dead pro-meat airheads.
Well, no problem, Isaac. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Over here, follow my voice. Follow my voice, man. Follow my voice. You're good, good. Slow down, slow down. Stop, stop, stop. All right, the curb is one step away from you, man. Just sit down. Right there.
Yeah, right there.
There you go. Let me borrow your phone. I'll call the cops for you, man. I'm good, bro. You need help, man. Don't you want help?
Are you trying to get in your car, man?
Yo, just sit down, man. Just sit down.
Right there, that's your car, that's your car, that's your car, that's your car right there. That's your car right there.
Money on my head, bro. Bleeding in my arm. All right, sit down. Sit down. We'll help you. We'll sit down, man. Just sit down.
A dumbass.
Such as in loop quantum gravity, time becomes irrelevant. Some equations that describe the universe in the smallest scales, like the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, which is a quantum description of gravity, don't even include time. According to these equations, the universe can be described purely in terms of events and relationships, and do not require a timeline. So the question is, how can events occur without time passing? This is a difficult thing to imagine. One way to think of it, at least in the standard Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, is a series of interactions happening in the form of quantum wave collapse. The wave function for a particle collapses every time it interacts with its surroundings, and a series of wave collapses one after another feels like the passage of time. The analogy is like a set of dominoes. Each domino falling is a wave function collapse. Put them all together in a series, and it looks like time passing forwards. Instead of thinking about reality as particles moving through space and time, Rovelli encourages us to think of it as a network of interactions. He says that events, not things, are the basic building blocks of reality. Metaphorically, it's like watching a movie. What you're really seeing is a series of still pictures or frames. A typical movie runs at a rate of 24 frames per second, but your brain doesn't see individual pictures. It sees what appears to be a continuous movie with time moving forward. Similarly, he says, our universe is composed not of time, but interactions between particles. He believes this to be true for everything in the universe, and time is simply a way we make sense of these interactions. In reality, there is no universal clock ticking in the background. And a new paper published in the journal Physical Review A seems to support this idea. The authors say that key to this is quantum entanglement. Now, I'll explain how they came to that conclusion next, but before I do, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Incogni. I get at least 100 spam emails and a dozen calls a day. It's not only annoying, but a waste of time that I don't have. The problem is big companies take our data, like emails and phone numbers, and sell it, or they can't keep it safe. For example, in April of this year, sensitive information on almost 3 billion people was leaked on the dark web when records stored by a background check company, National Public Data, was breached. That stolen data included full names, addresses, date of birth, and social security numbers. Breaches like this can line time in terms of quantum entanglement. They also found that then you just kick back and watch the family plan. You can add up to get 60 in the description. About maybe at the root of time. The authors argued that time at a quantum level is an emergent phenomenon due to entanglement. Their experiments suggest that time emerges for one object through its quantum entanglement with another quantum object acting as a clock. But for an unentangled system, time does not exist, and the system perceives the universe as frozen and unchanging. They found that by entangling two quantum states, one a vibrating harmonic oscillator, the second a set of tiny magnets acting as a clock, their system could be perfectly described by the Schrödinger equation, which predicts the behavior of quantum objects. But in place of time, their version of the famous equation ran according to the states of the tiny magnets acting as a clock. This suggests that entanglement with a clock is what represented time in the quantum realm. The remarkable thing is that they not only defined time in terms of quantum entanglement, they also found that their equations simplified to those for classical physics, suggesting that time's flow is a consequence of entanglement even for objects on large scales. So even our time in the classical world would be due to entanglement. But we, of course, would just experience this as good old-fashioned father time. But if time isn't fundamental, why does it feel so real to us? Why do we perceive the past, present, and future as distinct? The answer, Rovelli argues, lies in our ignorance. The flow of time that we perceive, the forward march from past to future, is a result of our inability to see the world in all its microscopic detail. Our limited knowledge forces us to experience the world in a simplified way, where time appears to flow in one direction, one tick at a time, rather than perhaps all things happening at once. And he says that a key concept that forces this perception of time ticking in only one direction is due to thermodynamics. That is entropy. Entropy, simplistically defined, is a measure of disorder. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, in any closed system, entropy tends to increase over time. Rovelli suggests that the arrow of time, the reason we feel time moving forward, is directly tied to this increase in entropy. There's no other way that our brain can interpret this steady march towards more and more disorder than the ticking of a clock in the forward direction. The universe began in a state of low entropy, a highly ordered state, and ever since it has been moving towards greater disorder. This rise in entropy gives us the illusion of time moving forward. It's not that time itself is flowing, it's that the universe is becoming more and more disordered. Yet, not all physicists agree with Rovelli's radical view. Some, like Lee Smolin, argue that time is not an illusion, but a fundamental aspect of the universe. In his book, Time Reborn, Smolin challenges the view that time is merely a human perception. He believes that if we take time seriously as a real...
Booty coming until hours 55:30.
Breaking news, I wanted just to...
Please be smarter than this.
Yeah. I want to end on a lighter note. We started talking about Cenk. I want to end by talking about him very briefly. We have a Cenk...
So, along with Vivek and his support for lab-grown meat, I also learned about these posts that RFK Jr. made with regards to animal rights issues in the past.
He seems to kind of be concerned for animal welfare. He does make a lot of posts about animals on his Instagram and shit, but I don't know how much he really cares. I think he cares about as much as anybody who eats at McDonald's. If you ask them what they think about hunting, oh, it's terrible, you shouldn't do that to animals, but then they have a Big Mac. So I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Mashup to show you.
Oh, what? I'm going to attack you. I'm going to come on, this guy's a fool.
Cenk,
Name one Palestinian you find acceptable to make a peace deal with. You won't because you don't want peace. All you want to do is slaughter more Palestinians. This whole thing is based on a lie. These are vicious, vigilante thugs. And they have done more violence than all of the peace protesters in the country combined. Where are the arrests? Where's the outrage? Where's the indignation? You pretend that you care about protecting students, but you only care about protecting one side. Hey, if someone takes out somebody from with a stretcher, I'll pay the legal bills. Attack people.
I just wondered, Anna, whether you had any advice for me on how to deal with Cenk's obvious anger management issues.
I do have advice for you. let it go. All right? Let the man talk. Let the man do his thing. Look, I know that for some, he comes across as, too aggressive, a little too animated, but understand where that's coming from. It's coming from a place of authenticity and sincerity.
It's coming from a place of retardation. Thanks for that donation, Bootycam.
And fundamental property of the universe, it could lead us to new breakthroughs in understanding the laws of physics. According to Smolin, the laws of the universe themselves might evolve over time, and only by acknowledging time's reality can we fully grasp the mysteries of the cosmos. So where does this leave us? Is time an illusion, a construct of our limited brains, or is it an intrinsic part of the universe, something as real as the matter and energy that make up the stars and galaxies? To answer this question, we need to consider more fundamentally what physics is and what it is not. This might also help answer why most physicists stand by time and will calmly assure you that time indeed does exist. While physics is to some extent guided by philosophy, the core mission of physics is to explain the world around us via some rigorous mathematical model which can be tested. There are many aspects of physics that begin to diverge from this, such as some multiverse theories, which can be considered as well-defined theories, yet be simply philosophies. Why? Because they can't be tested, verified, or falsified. But when a physical theory can't be tested, it's not very useful. The idea of time being not real appears to be one of these unfalsifiable assertions. We humans experience something qualitatively, which is time, and from the theoretical point of view, we can quantitatively account for it in our theories and measure it on countless clocks. In that case, how is there any way we can consider that time is not real? Yes, theories such as general relativity do make the concept of time a fundamental part of reality. But let's remember that this same theory also formally killed the concept of gravity. Yes, general relativity solved the problem of gravity by abolishing it. It showed that gravity is just an emergent feature from space-time curvature, not a fundamental property of matter or of the universe, as Newton had defined it. So could time also be similarly shown to not be a fundamental property of the universe, as Einstein has defined it? Sure, a future theory could revive gravity as a real force and prove general relativity wrong. But even if that were to happen, there would still always need to be, as a minimum, some kind of emergent concept of time that matches our observations. But we want to know the true nature of reality, not necessarily what observations about time seem to indicate. We want to know the truth. But the fact is that physics has nothing to do with the truth. Its job, at best, is to make a reasonable model of the universe that can make predictions. It's quite possible that time isn't real at a fundamental quantum level. But one paper isn't going to prove that. But if repeated tests and multiple papers seem to confirm the same unreal nature of time from different angles, and if no single experiment falsifies this, then we can begin to recognize this as a quote-unquote true nature of reality. We are closer than ever to making the determination that ultimately, time might be the greatest illusion of all. If you want more thought-provoking videos like this, be sure to subscribe so that...
Yeah, that mushroom trip I had, a few months ago that cured my depression. I've had this happen a few times during mushroom trips, where I got a fundamentally different perception of time. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think it's entirely possible that we might have willed ourselves into existence. I don't have a way of explaining it. It's just something like I saw during a mushroom trip, and I might be delusional or whatever, but yeah, I don't think time just goes, in a linear fashion forward. I think there might have been something in our future that created us in the past.
So you've got in Europe, you've got a whole bunch of socialists pushing this and saying, "Oh, we don't think that this is good for. We like maintaining the heritage. We want to protect this group of farmers and so on." And then you've got these conservatives in Florida, and so it is. This
yeah, I already reacted to the Nabil Asley video.
Bizarre coalition where you have got anyone who just feels uncomfortable with something new, uncomfortable with innovation, uncomfortable with a new industry coming in, seems to have teamed up together to say it's not just that I don't want to buy this, which fair enough, but I want to ban it, which is just a crazy
look, I think as somebody who is sympathetic to some of the points you're making, and, I think you and I are, I don't know if you're still, I remember you were in law school. Are you still vegetarian yourself?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yeah. Somebody who makes myself also a similar life choice, I am happy to say with clarity that I am dead set against any ban on meat in the United States at the state or federal level. Are you in a similar place?
Sure, yeah. And
look, don't ban... So
cooked.
It would be silly to it was like a ludicrous idea of like banning a particular type of food. But then why on earth are we going out of our way to ban a particular type of meat It just doesn't. It actually doesn't make sense to me, and it's fascinating. It raises real dilemmas for the future of the conservative movement, I think.
It doesn't make sense to me either, and I think you see it is a bipartisan play. So one of the people who was most excited about DeSantis's ban on meat growing was Senator Fetterman. Senator Fetterman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, really?
Fetterman's a fucking retard.
Interesting.
He has his own bills to try and do similar things at the federal level. And
using the Commerce Clause, to be sure, I'm sure.
Using the Commerce Clause. So does Senator Klobuchar has something she calls the Dairy Pride Act. And what the Dairy Pride Act would do is almond milk, soy milk would have to stop calling itself almond milk and soy milk because there are all these poor confused consumers out there who just keep buying almond milk when they meant to buy cow milk.
Is that?
It's just insane how anybody takes that shit seriously, and that's actually gone before court. And the dairy lobby wins. It's just insane.
Is going to be part of Pride Month now? Is that
That's right.
Going to pass it during
Kid Booter $8. This is what happens when my nigga Trump wins the election.
Now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. Decision desk.
Not sure if that's actually what happened. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
In the month of June. Very interesting. So Amy Klobuchar is in favor of that. She's sponsoring that legislation.
She's sponsoring that legislation. Yeah, so this really scrambles politics, this issue.
Yeah, I saw the new grade A
video.
He's a fucking
who is
moron.
beholden to the industry.
And my guess is the Freedom Caucus, which I actually admire the spine that many members of the Freedom Caucus actually reflect. My guess is the Freedom Caucus would be against something like this.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. So we've seen a number of people. Rand Paul, for instance.
I searched the internet and found the worst rated airsoft guns. We have a whole bunch of 1-star airsoft guns to go through in today's video, starting from $15 and work way up all the way to $180. And after I test each airsoft gun in today's video, there is one rule. I have to leave a honest 5-star review without lying. And that's gonna be pretty hard because some of these are pretty bad. I mean, one of these even ruined a kid's birthday party. So with that said, guys, let's jump straight in and start with our first airsoft gun.
Alright, so first up in today's video, we got the Double Eagle M301 F version. So there is the F and the P version down there. And this guy comes in at a measly $15. Now let's go ahead and open this. News about this guy.
Dustin R says BBs explode when shoot, lol. Ethan K says mine lasted about 2 or so weeks. The chrono was a measly 119 FPS and is only accurate to about 50 feet.
Alright, so we got two main assumptions with this guy. The first one is that the BBs will actually explode when you shoot them, so I'm excited to test that out and see if it actually will do that. And then the second assumption is this guy only shoots 119 FPS and the range is only good for about 50 feet. So let's go ahead and test those out right now.
Hey, not too bad. Alright, we're going to be using .20s for all the airsoft guns in today's video. Let's see how this goes. Oh, I just got a safety right there. Boop. Oh, wow. Let me do a couple more just to make sure that wasn't a fluke. Alright, it wasn't a fluke. Alright, nice. This guy is shooting about 190 FPS with 0.34 joules.
What?
No, it's not even feeding, BB. It.
20 FPS.
I've been watching a fuck ton of airsoft videos lately. I have no fucking idea why.
And that the very concept of a two-state solution may now be dead. To debate this, I'm joined in the studio by two of the strongest voices on this conflict, both with very opposite positions. Fleur Hassan is the Israel Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, as well as the former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Norman Finkelstein is a political scientist and pro-Palestine activist. Also, the new book, Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. Well, welcome to both of you. I've never met either of you. I've interviewed you both several times, but it's great to meet you both in person. And I appreciate you prepared to do this. A lot of people in this war period have not wanted to debate with people, especially on the other side. So I appreciate that. Norman, you've got a new book out, and I'll come to that in more detail as we go on. But just talking about where we are right now, we've got this ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. There is no ceasefire yet with Hamas. But where do you think this war now is?
Well, with all due respect, I have to disagree with your characterization of where it began and where it now is. In my opinion, speaking on the basis of what Israeli leaders themselves said after October 7th, this isn't a war against Hamas. This is a war against Gaza. In fact, it's not a war at all. It's a genocide. And in the course of that genocide, we could say as of now, the best estimates are there are about 42 million tons of rubble in Gaza. It would take about...
By the way, while claiming this is a genocide, there's only been 40,000 total calculated deaths, with about half of those being Hamas militants. So, yeah, unless the Jews are very bad at committing a genocide, I mean, it's really hard to explain that.
About 10 to 15 years to clear out the rubble. And even if the rubble were cleared out, there are no prospects for rebuilding Gaza because Israel will claim that any cement that enters Gaza will be used to build tunnels. And so they'll bar cement as they did after Operation Cast Lead into...
What a, like, crazy, ridiculous, stupid assumption. Like, by the way, why are we assuming the, like, Israeli military isn't going to continue to occupy Gaza after the war ends and oversees the rebuilding process? Like, we're just assuming, one, they're not going to, keep occupying Gaza. Two, they're not going to oversee any building processes. They're just going to leave that entirely up to the Palestinian people. And three, we're assuming, again, the IDF is just going to let them build whatever the fuck they want. And we're also assuming they're going to block any kind of necessary building materials. Like, there's so many stupid fucking assumptions. Finkelstein is so goddamn dishonest. He's just totally full of shit.
2008-9. So where we are now, I would say Gaza is no more. Gaza has been pulverized. It's been obliterated. And that was the Israeli goal from October 7th, as you recall for sure.
Yeah, cool story. By the way, this is his argument for genocide. Buildings were knocked down. I don't know if there's any definition of genocide that involves the destruction of buildings. Is he talking about a genocide of buildings, not people? Like, is that what he's talking about? Israel has genocided all of the buildings in Gaza. Those poor buildings, apartment buildings, single-family homes, hospitals, schools. These are sentient buildings that were constructed with feelings. If you just look at a house, you see, if you just look at the basic construction of a house, you have the windows, which are the eyes. You have a door, which is the mouth. And you have the roof, which is a hat. And these buildings have been experiencing the love and kindness of the Palestinian people. And then here comes the Israelis with all of their
Why
horrible...
are you not celebrating Thanksgiving, VG?
Because it's fucking gay. I don't celebrate any holidays. They're just stupid. And then the Israelis came by and genocided all of these poor, precious little buildings. They're committing a genocide against houses. Like, fuck Finkelstein, dude.
Or the statements that immediately came out after October 7th spoke about Amalek, spoke about there not being any civilians in Gaza. The intention was to once and for all liquidate, solve the Gaza question. And in my opinion, they have succeeded in that regard. And the prospects for the people of Gaza, my guess is, and it's pure speculation here, by hook or by crook, they're going to find a way to leave because there is nothing that remains. The estimate is about 60 to 70% of Gaza's infrastructure has been destroyed. The hospitals were targeted, the universities were targeted.
The IDF never targeted hospitals. That is a complete and utter fucking lie.
Obviously, homes were targeted, so there is nothing left.
Yes, homes that were being used as terrorist infrastructure. That's what happens.
And that was the intention. The Gaza Hamas aspect was pretty much a sideshow. So, for example, if you look at the statistics from the Israeli government, less than one Israeli soldier has been killed each day in Gaza.
But
that's not a war.
When you say it's a sideshow,
I'm sorry? What? He wants more Israeli soldiers to die so that it's not a genocide? If that is not a dog whistle, what the fuck is that? He's literally saying there's not enough Israeli soldiers dying. Like, what?
Dark Sovina is against celebrating Thanksgiving because he thinks it's celebrating the genocide of the North Americans did I mission he supports Hamas.
I thought I might as well do this quick video because
I don't care. That guy was just a fat, bald, middle-aged, single loser who just supports fascism. Who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm going to come to Fleur for a proper response to that. Say a sideshow. You imply that Israel were going to do this anyway, but they hadn't done this. And everything that they have done, they would say, was a direct response to what was a monstrous act of terrorism. I mean, 1,200 people were killed. Nearly 7,000 people were wounded. It's one of the worst attacks of modern times. You know, and as you know, we've debated this many times, but I have always supported Israel's right to defend itself. In fact, I've always believed they had a duty to, given the scale of what happened with 3,000 people coming over a border and just murdering anyone to get their hands on. It's, to me, always been a case of what is a proportionate response? What is acceptable? I personally feel...
Recommendations for vegan leather that won't fall apart? Like cactus leather, or cork? I want to buy my dad a belt and he likes traditional leather belts.
I don't know. I mean, I've never heard of a synthetic leather belt falling apart. Like, if anything, they hold up better than leather belts because they don't have issues with, like, you know, salt and oil and stuff from your hand degrading them. So, any good synthetic leather belt? Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
It has gone way too far. And for the reasons that you state, and I'll come to you, Fleur, is that there's nothing left there now. I don't know what people expect to happen. Fleur, let me bring you in. Let me pick up on that point first, and you can get into the rest of what Norman said. But Gaza's just been flattened. I mean, it is, I know people who've been there who just say it is an utter devastation. What happens after this war? I mean, assuming that it ends sooner rather than later, we've seen Israel now end the war with Hezbollah, certainly for the next 60 days. But what happens? Gaza's done, isn't it? But what happens to these people?
Well, no, I actually think they have an incredible opportunity because in 2005, when Israel left Gaza, in order to give the Palestinian leadership a chance to create maybe the pilot of a Palestinian state and beautiful Mediterranean coastline, they could have turned it into Dubai or Singapore. But instead, when Hamas got in a brutal coup in 2006, what happened is they turned Gaza essentially into a military base. They filled it out with tunnels, 800 kilometers of tunnels. They built under hospitals. They built those tunnels. They built booby traps. They didn't build tunnels under hospitals. They built hospitals on top of tunnels. There's like 30 hospitals in Gaza. In the whole of Israel, there's like 12.
That's 20 years ago, right?
Well, no, they've spent 20 years turning the whole of Gaza into one booby trap for this Armageddon moment.
But that's not an answer to my question.
The answer is what happens now?
Wait, what happens to 1.9 million people who've been sent to refugee camps that have now been attacked as well? What happens to these people? A lot of their homes are just gone.
They're not refugee camps. Oh my God.
To be clear, the refugee camps, there are safe spaces where Hamas also infiltrate, and they put their own people. They use them as human shields, as we know, as has been reported, and they put their people in homes.
Where is their safe?
What happens now?
Okay,
if you ask me where the light is?
Yeah, on that one point you just said, though, where are they supposed to go to be safe?
Well,
right now, where do Gazans go?
Mr. Finkelstein said that
they go to areas that Israel recommends to evacuate to, and yeah, Hamas ends up showing up there because they know that's a place for them to hide among civilians, so that's still their best option.
They're engaged in a genocide. If we were, why are we asking people to get out of the way?
Let me ask you again.
Why are we giving warning? Why are we damaging our own element of support?
Oh my God. Do I have to watch this? Give me a break.
My question was, where should the Gazan civilians go to be safe?
The Gazan civilians today have an opportunity after Hamas
that
has subjugated them to rebuild their society.
That wasn't my question.
Here's where Gazan civilians can go to be safe. So what they should do is give them turtle costumes, and then, if bombs start to fall, just, you know, go up into the turtle shell, and then that will protect them. So Israel should just give them all turtle costumes, so that if bombs start coming down, they can just hide inside the turtle shell.
Question. My question is, where can they currently go to be safe?
To the safe spaces that Israel has assigned, where Israel is not attacking.
Where?
Well, it depends where. At one point, they moved them from Rafah. They said it couldn't be done. You can't move 1 million people. We did, with absolutely almost 0 casualties. And so it can be done. You can move a population out of the way. Hamas is actively putting them in the way. That is what nobody talks about.
The other argument,
war crime
yeah, but the other
of Hamas.
Yes, but the other argument is that Israel is indiscriminately attacking everywhere and then saying, you know,
Provide proof they're indiscriminately attacking. If they're indiscriminately attacking, then please explain the militant to civilian casualty ratio being better than any modern military. If they were indiscriminately attacking, they wouldn't have the best civilian to militant casualty ratio of any military. It's just retarded.
You look amazing, dude. Red apple, strawberry, cherries, tomato, hot pepper, watermelon, peach, pineapple, tangerine, carrot, mango, banana, lemon, melon, pear, lemon, kiwi, green apple, leafy green, cucumber, avocado, seedling, grapes. Don't need anything in return, brother. Green heart.
Well, thank you, Raw Vegan Cowboy. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
you know what? Hamas are there. And because no journalists are allowed in to verify this, because the IDF won't let them, there is no independent way of verifying whether any of that is true.
If we were indiscriminately attacking, why are we asking people to get out of the way? Why are we creating safe zones? All of what he's saying, you have to understand where normal Finkelstein is in his head, okay? First of all, he doesn't believe in the existence of the
He hates Jews. He is a self-hating Jew.
State of Israel. So it's very difficult arguing somebody that doesn't believe he should exist at all. Secondly, as a Jew, he's got what I, as a Jew, let me finish my point and then you can interrupt.
My head.
As a Jew,
talk about your head.
As a Jew, Norman Finkelstein has got what I describe as the abused wife syndrome. The abused wife that stays with her abusive husband has to justify her staying in three ways. One is saying, it's not all that bad, which is what he says about anti-Semitism. The second is saying, well, they didn't mean it. Anti-Semitism, they didn't really mean to target Jews. And the third way, which is he's actively engaging, is to saying, it's our fault. It's my fault. The wife that says, I provoked him. I provoked him.
Before I come,
and this is the abusive
you made your point and he will respond.
That he is in. The Israeli Jew is the liberated Jew that has left the abusive husband.
Fine. Before I go to Norman to respond to that, which I'm sure he'll want to, the point that you were going to answer, and I made you answer a different one because you raised it. But what happens at the end of this war?
You want to know what I think should happen?
No, what is going to happen?
Well, I believe.
Well, I mean, they've already talked about this. They're going to occupy Gaza for a period of time, help rebuild, and try to establish a hopefully secular government.
What's the plan? What have Israel got as plans?
Well, I believe that with Trump coming into power in the United States and with a Saudi deal on the table, which has been on the table, and this is one of the reasons that they started the massacre on October 7th to begin with. They understood where the Iranians understood where this was all going. They deployed Hamas and they said, this is the moment now. So I believe that there's a real opportunity for the Gazans, for the good Gazans who want a decent life for themselves and not living a life of terrorism, to rebuild.
How?
Under the maybe civil administration of their own local leaders.
Where do they go and live when all their homes have been destroyed?
With their own local leaders, with Saudis, with Emiratis who know how to build quickly, who have the resources to build quickly. If we really have a consortium of countries, like the Abraham Accord countries, that can get together and rebuild, there is an opportunity.
Still under Israel control?
I don't think Israel should be controlling them.
So Israel would back off completely?
We have to retain security control so we don't have another
so you
massacre.
would have control. Okay.
But not administrative
control.
But you said but eventually we don't have to have any
You know what?
control.
Eventually it'd be really nice actually if Israel had no control.
Why did we live in 2005?
Like, why would he say something like that? It's so bizarre. If there's a terrorist threat, why wouldn't you want Israel to have some control over Gaza? Why? What's the problem, exactly? You would rather have crazy fascist terrorists rule Gaza than have Israel occupy it, which is a secular democratic nation. Like look what happened when Israel pulled out in 2005. You had Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who tortured and murdered hundreds, if not thousands, of his own fucking people. That's better than having Israel occupy Gaza? Like, it's retarded.
You say shrooms cured your depression, but I find that hard to believe. You seem miserable as fuck all the time. Low energy, getting pissed off whenever you don't understand something, then coping by saying others are just dumb. So much negativity.
Well... You're not inside my mind, so... I don't know what to tell you. Thanks for the donation, Gio. There's also a pretty big difference between being depressed and being in a shitty mood. Huge, huge difference between the two. But thanks again.
Why did we leave in
I'll come back to you, Fleur.
2005?
I'll come back to you. Norman, your chance to respond.
Okay. Number one, totally trivial point. If I need psychoanalysis, I wouldn't go to a representative of a lunatic state. I would go to a rational person. Number two, Israel never left Gaza. That's not my opinion. In 2005, Israel relocated its troops from inside Gaza to the periphery of Gaza.
I wonder if it had anything to do with the terrorist attacks.
What goes into Gaza? What goes out of Gaza? Who goes into Gaza? Who goes out of Gaza? The airspace.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the terror attacks.
The water, everything was controlled by Israel. The guardian of the Fourth Geneva Convention is the international...
By the way, he's lying about some of this shit. He's saying Israel controls their water. What was the figure? I think 40% of Gaza's water comes from Israel. They do have their own like desalination facilities and shit. So that's just misleading. I mean, there's plenty of countries and nations that are importers. Like, they have to import fresh water, they have to import energy in the form of, like, oil or electricity. Like, I don't know what point he's making by this.
National Committee of the Red Cross. The opinion of the Red Cross from 2006 to the present is that Israel remains the occupying power in Gaza. That's the opinion of the United Nations. It's the opinion of all human rights
I don't disagree with you about any of that, but let me ask you this. Straight question. Straight question. Hang on. Hang on. I actually don't disagree with your assessment, right? I do think Israel has exercised a control over the people of Gaza ever since they said they ceded control to a government. But let me ask you one question before you finish your answer, which is this. Hamas. There can be no doubt that Hamas was given billions of dollars, a lot of it encouraged by Netanyahu, given billions of dollars, which they did, in fact, squander.
Going Anders donated $2, Dream, Airsoft, and Real Gun. Does that just create a spark to ignite the propane? I didn't know that existed. I'm not the biggest fan of AKs. Okay, that's an entirely different thing. How does that work? Is it just an LED? Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused how that works. Not the biggest fan of AKs.
Hey guys, it's Leo from WGC Shop. Well, I'm here to...
The Wandering Mason shut the fuck up. I did not pretend to be your random gal. I sent VG1. Don't the day I'm cleaning, so don't say shit you don't know, or before you know it you'll be stuck with cat daddy treatment for however long it takes.
Alright, well thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Bootycam.
to show you guys the new GKS74U GBB 2012 version by GHK. The 2012 version is unload the magazine, pop open the top, take out the recoil spring, and then the plastic buffer, and then your whole bolt comes right out. Check if there's any jams in there, anywhere. When it's all clear, plug the bolt.
That's pretty cool. And I'm not the biggest fan of AKs, but that's pretty cool. Somebody needs to give this to Destiny's son so he can shoot Destiny again. Yeah, I like airsoft. I really want to get that RoboCop airsoft gun. This is the only place that I can find that's selling it in stock, and it's way fucking overpriced. Like, it's $440 on this website. I have no fucking idea why. This has $389, but again, overpriced as shit. And the one site that has it for a reasonable price, $180, it's out of stock. But yeah, I really want that RoboCop gun.
You know something, VG, I find it funny how these SJWs make fun of right-wingers for being incels when they themselves show some extremely incel behavior themselves.
Yeah. They probably are incels. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Riley donated $2, let me see.
You're not a cow! You are not a cow! Come home! Lola, get away from that cow! Lola!
And there he is.
Wow.
No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no. What does the cow say?
Oh.
What does the cow say?
Wow.
You're not.
Cows are friends.
Giggles, what do you call a cantaloupe underwater? A watermelon.
Wow.
There's some really great education. Food?
Oh.
Your favorite food,
Porcupine. I like porcupines. Capybara. Oh, a little church.
Spike, would you be willing to do an interview?
Oh, look at the little lizard.
Thank you. Boris, can I please touch your snoot?
Ooh. Vulture. Oh my goodness, look at that vulture. So handsome.
Mr. Hopper, can you recite the
Oh.
quadratic equation for me?
Is that a cockroach? I really like cappies. That's a really pretty lizard. So nice.
me what your ideal...
Oh, it's a lemur.
Can you tell me what
I
your
really
ideal
like
first date would
lemurs.
be?
Oh, fennec fox. Those are some good animals.
You have a smooth brain. No ridges or lumps or valleys or bumps. All ideas slide right off.
See, wake up, Kaden. See, wake up, Kaden. See, wake up.
That's a nice burb. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Just Kid, donate $2. Who is most likely to run and win the Republican nomination 2028? Tulsi Gabbard, JD Vance, RFK, Vivek, Dr. Oz, Charlie Kirk, Mr. Beast, Logan, or Jake? No fucking idea. No clue. Thanks for the donation, Just Kid.
Hell, that even applies to the female SJWS, and they're not even male.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Happy Thanksgiving, Richard. Here, have some fresh Brussels sprouts.
Welcome back, Defenders.
Okay, we'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Idaho, donate $2, natural or on gear. Says natural. He looks like he's on steroids. If he's natural, he has some of the most freak arm genetics I think I've ever seen. He's not even lean. He's pretty chubby, and you can see like a bicep vein. Pretty weird. But, I don't know. I'm very skeptical that he's natty. Thanks for the donation, Idaho.
Squander, which they did squander to the detriment of their people, which they did by building all these tunnels, right? And which they did in the end when they invaded Israel on October the 7th. They knew absolutely what would happen, and therefore, in that moment, they sentenced to death tens of thousands of their own people. Would you quibble with that?
And don't forget, their leaders are billionaires. Their leaders are billionaires.
I will actually, with all due respect, because I respect the facts, I'll quibble with everything you said. Number one, the money that went into Gaza, mostly from European countries and other international organizations, they monitored where the money went very carefully. They weren't about to endow Hamas. There's no evidence.
How does Hamas build the tunnels?
I'll tell you.
How do they filter?
They don't have one penny of accountability.
Not
one penny of accountability.
Okay, allow me.
I will challenge both of you, but don't shout over each other.
No one penny.
So, this is just total horseshit. I mean, there's online banking now, too. How exactly are the Hamas leaders all billionaires living in Qatar if they weren't embezzling money from, all the aid money?
So in other words, I guess you could call them femacles. Then again, the 48 movement made that clear.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Penny of accountability. He's living in an alternate universe.
European governments and many of the international economic organizations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, UNCTAD, UN Conference for Trade and Development, they all put out on probably a quarterly basis very precise reports on Gaza. None, and I've read all the reports over 10 or 20 years now, 17 years, none of the reports have claimed that the catastrophe, the economic catastrophe in Gaza has been caused by Hamas. None. Now, if you claim that you have...
Are you fucking serious? Finkelstein is delusional.
More expertise in the subject than the IMF and the World Bank and UNCTAD, well, you can believe that.
By the way, all of these banking organizations, they all facilitate drug trafficking and terrorism. There have been some high-level banking officials and members of the FBI who've talked about this. Banks make a fuck ton of money from drug dealers and terrorists. If there's like some weird shady shit with your bank account and the way you're moving and making money, they'll look the other way because they want to do business with you because they make money off of it. The banking industry has such low levels of regulation that they just do this. What was the bank that actually got fined for like doing money with like terrorists and drug dealers? What it was like I something bank charged billions for drug trafficking. Yeah, so TD Bank, one of Canada's biggest lenders, has agreed to pay more than $3 billion, pleaded guilty to criminal charges in the U.S. after allowing drug cartels and other criminals to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars in illicit funds. There was another big European bank that this happened to as well. Practically every single large banking institution has faced these charges. Yeah, Chase. There was another one too, and I think there's been at least 2 online-only banks that have been charged with this. So it's so funny that he says, "Oh, these large banking institutions say that the money wasn't used for this." Like, first of all, how would they fucking know? And why would you trust them? They're all at the very least implicit, not necessarily implicit. What's the other word? They're all involved with supporting terrorists and drug trafficking, all of them. So the idea that we can trust any of these banking institutions to say, oh, all the aid money going into Gaza wasn't used to support terrorism, it wasn't being embezzled by Hamas to make the 5 leaders billionaires, that is complete horseshit. Please explain to me where they got their money from then. Are they like tech fucking geniuses? Did they help start Facebook or something?
I personally don't believe that. The claim of all of these international respected
HSBC.
organizations is the main source, the root cause of the catastrophe in Gaza prior to October 7th. The root cause has been the medieval blockade that Israel imposed on it, and which Human Rights Watch, just in November 2024, a month ago, Human Rights Watch described as, quote, a crime against humanity.
Okay, but
that's the problem. The problem is...
How did Hamas afford to build all these tunnels?
You know, Piers, I never quarrel with facts. I'll give you an honest answer.
How do they afford?
He's going to tell you there's no tunnels in the minute.
Well, I think the amount of tunnels has been vastly exaggerated, but I'll admit I can't.
Cool. So I'm just going to make up cool stories about this.
Prove that. Right. I've talked to civil engineers in Gaza about the possibility Israel claims 450 miles of tunnels. I find that totally incredible.
There are billions of dollars worth of tunnels. You accept that?
I don't know. I'm not a civil engineer.
He wants us to remain in power.
What I do know...
Like, by the way, these tunnels, a lot of them aren't exactly the most, like, sophisticated. These aren't, like, underground subway stations. A lot of them don't even have any, like, concrete support structures. They're literally just tunnels of dirt that have some, just wooden support structures every few meters.
I'm perfectly willing to discuss. What I don't know, I'm not a civil engineer, I can't answer. What I can say is the following. Let's get back to the question of what's happened in Gaza. You said...
Yes, change the topic, because everything, like, this just clearly shows you're full of shit.
Israel is in the war with Hamas.
Yes.
So has the other guest in this room.
Yeah. My name's Fleur.
What is your name?
Fleur.
Fleur. So has Fleur. Let me ask you a simple question, okay? If you're at war with Gaza, why are you shooting children in the skull and in the chest? The New York
there's no evidence that that has happened.
Times published an article on that, came under a lot of flack because they published that article. They said we can't refute the evidence. We have the x-rays in front of us.
So the x-rays were very likely doctored. They provided no corroborating evidence whatsoever that the x-rays could not have been doctored. They also got that information from Palestinian doctors who are ideologically opposed to Israel. So again, the likelihood that they're biased and lying is very high. Secondly, if you look at those X-ray photos, they're not 5.56 ammunition. Israel uses 5.56 NATO standard ammunition, M855 ball. They were not M855 ball. They're just not. And on top of that, M855 ball is extremely high velocity. If Israel was executing children, you would not see bullets lodged in their skull or in their chest. It would go straight fucking through. So nothing about that story made any sense. The X-rays were very likely doctored. There was no corroborating evidence to suggest they weren't doctored. Like there aren't any actual photos of these kids with like bullet holes. And then there's the corresponding photograph. There's just the X-ray. They look doctored. There have been radiologists online who've said these look fake because there's like a ghosting that you see with radiological images that aren't there. They look like they've just been photoshopped. Two, it's clearly not M855 ball that they were shot with. Like none of this makes sense. And then Finkelstein is saying, "Oh, Israel's executing children because of 3 bad photographs published by the New York Times." This guy is a liar.
Plus, they're shooting children in the head, in the skull, and in the chest. If you're engaged in the war in Gaza, why are you killing journalists? Why are you killing medics? Why are you killing UN workers? If you're engaged in the war with Hamas, why is it that Human Rights Watch just this past week put out a report? They tell people where to flee. They say, go to the safe zones. Human Rights Watch says, when the people are directed, they're being shot at the road.
But are you seriously saying, hang on.
Like, by the way, what a... Just to put this into context, how crazy that accusation is, the U.S. military actually refuses to publish any statistics on friendly fire. And they do that because this issue of friendly fire is extremely demoralizing. But some people estimate casualties from friendly fire may be like 50% of all casualties. Friendly fire is extraordinarily fucking common. It can be something as like stupid and simple as soldiers just having really bad trigger discipline and safety standards. So if you're in like a Humvee with somebody and there's not a lot of room and you're stressed out and you're holding onto your gun, you might accidentally pull the trigger and shoot somebody sitting right next to you. It can also be from poor communication when it comes to just operations. So you might be conducting an operation like, 500 yards or a kilometer away from another group of friendly soldiers. You see people a kilometer away that you can't identify, and you can't remember where your friendly troops are. You misidentify, open fire. This happens a lot with helicopter pilots and any kind of aircraft. When you're several kilometers up in the sky, everybody looks like a tiny dot to you, and you're trying to figure out where troop positions are by just communicating by radio and identifying landmarks. This has happened quite a few times. Apache helicopter pilots have shot Hellfire missiles at U.S. troops. This happens all the fucking time. So, the likelihood of, unintended targets getting shot in a war zone is extremely fucking high. And I can guarantee you there's been friendly fire, in the Israeli military. Like, I can guarantee you it's happened at some point. It's just not reported because a lot of militaries don't like reporting on that. Could you use that as an argument that, the U.S. military wants to kill its own troops because of like such high friendly fire statistics? Like, no, nobody would ever say something so stupid. But again, when it comes to Israel and the Jews, when, unintended targets get hit, they're trying to exterminate them. Like, we don't use that standard for any other military. We don't talk about things in that sense when we talk about friendly fire, but again, when it comes to Jews, total double standard. CDG $22, can we watch this quick Half-Life movie somebody made?
For you exactly not. When
That wasn't very good. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This is how Hassan's episode on Pod Save America should have went.
Palestinians who are paying with their lives for the crimes of Hamas. And
Hamas is a resistance group against Israeli apartheid.
What do you like? What is the appeal there?
Hamas is the lesser evil, bitch boy.
Look, like I think one of the reasons people will be mad that you're on the show is because you're like a proud anti-Zionist, right? Like you said that.
Zionism is a fascist ideology.
So I want to like break that into kind of how we...
Israel is a Nazi state.
A couple, like 2 or 3 years ago, I said on Pod Save America like that I describe myself as a Zionist, which...
Ultra-Zionist, Nazi fucking piece of shit. Go ahead, dude.
I am someone who has called himself a Zionist. And
dude, you're a Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. Zionists are Nazis. What are we talking about?
Okay.
That's what I think.
All right.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, CNN clearly tried to give him softball. Like, just a softball interview and make him look good. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
When they get to the safe areas,
Understand. I've already made that point.
Israel drops 2,000-pound bombs.
I've made that very point.
Does that sound like a war, or does that sound like a genocide?
It's interesting. Okay, let's...
And Spec King of Incels Hassan is the king of them all.
Yeah, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get into that, because it's an interesting part of the debate. It's horrendous that UN workers, journalists, children, women have all been killed. It's horrendous.
Targeted.
Well, okay, they quibble...
Provide proof that it was targeted.
With the word targeted, they say it's collateral damage as they've gone after terrorists.
When you shoot
Here's my question, Norman.
When you shoot
Norman,
a
here's my
child in the
question.
skull, that's not collateral damage.
Norman, can you tell me any war where innocent people have not been killed in large numbers?
I'm not talking about...
Just dropping in to compliment the thumbnail.
Yeah, thanks for the big donation, Jason Casper. Really appreciate that. I'm actually thinking of making a t-shirt with a RoboCop design that says vegan police. So I might create a t-shirt with that kind of theme. I think I'll do that. I might actually just do a drawing stream where I just make a new t-shirt design with that kind of thing. Yeah, that is a pretty good thumbnail. Thanks for the donation again, Jason. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like that.
About innocent people. This is not...
he's talking about Hamas terrorists.
This is not collateral damage. This...
I don't know who owns the rights to RoboCop at this point. I don't know if anyone technically does. I know they just made a video game of RoboCop. Usually, like, because very little... You can't just hold the rights to an intellectual property indefinitely. If you're not making any new movies or video games or anything, it's usually up in the air. That's probably why the RoboCop game was able to get made. But because there is a meaningful artistic change where the armor's green, it says vegan police, and it is kind of a parody, I don't think I'd have copyright issues, even if, like, the license holder were to see something like that. I doubt it. And I mean, I'm also not PewDiePie. Like, there aren't going to be, you know, like, tens of thousands of people buying my t-shirts, so I don't think it'd be a fucking problem.
This is not even indiscriminate killing. This is very discriminate killing. It's indiscriminate bombing of the entire infrastructure.
If they wanted genocide, though, why don't they just kill everyone in Gaza?
There's a very simple answer.
I'm going to come to that.
There's a very simple answer to that question, Piers. Because even take, I know you're not allowed to say it, but since I know the topic very well, take the case of the Nazis. The Nazis needed the cover of a war in order to carry out the final solution.
No, they didn't.
Now, Hitler had plans earlier on, but it required a...
That is complete horseshit. They did not need the cover of a war. And by the way, the first people to discover the Nazi death camps, I think it was actually the Russians that were the first to discover these death camps. And when they reported on it, no one believed them. They literally said there's literally a camp where people are just getting mass executed, and we found huge fucking furnaces just filled with dead bodies. They, like, literally nobody believed them at first until, again, more people discovered this shit.
Certain amount of cover, propaganda, and all sorts of other devices in order to carry it out. Gaza is in the news. It's very hard.
Do you believe Israel had a right to defend itself after October the 7th?
Actually, if you want to hear my full answer, I'm not giving you a yes or no.
What's the short answer?
My answer
He doesn't have short answers.
That's correct. I don't have short answers. I've said it to you before. In my opinion...
Look, this guy is a gaslighting anti-Semite. It's an easy yes or no question. If you were to ask somebody, like, should the Nazis have exterminated the Jews? Should U.S. have gotten involved in World War II to defeat the Nazis? And you don't give a yes or no answer to that? I mean, it's just... It's very clear where your mind is at and what you're thinking. If you can't answer yes to those questions or no to those questions, you are clearly a manipulative, gaslighting dipshit that supports fascism.
Israel, here it's not my opinion, I'll quote Giora Eiland, Israel, the former head of Israel's National Security Council. Israel created, I'm quoting him now, in 2004, he said Gaza is, quote, a huge concentration.
This is an appeal to authority, by the way. So he does this all the time. He says, oh, Israel's former national security advisor said this. That's just an appeal to authority. Doesn't mean anything. Anybody can have any stupid fucking opinion. Like when Trump said, like Donald Trump, the leader of the United States, has said, trans women aren't women. They don't belong in female bathrooms. They shouldn't be playing sports with other women. Does that make it true? Should we listen to Donald Trump because he's the leader of the United States? Does Donald Trump saying that bring any truth or validity to those statements? No. If I was making an argument that trans women are not women, claiming Donald Trump said that does not make it true, just like claiming the former national security advisor of Israel said Gaza is an open-air prison. That does not make it true. Provide evidence for the fucking claim. Finkelstein is just a manipulative, gaslighting fucking idiot. Dodo donated $2. Good God, I hope no one owns the right to RoboCop at this point. I can't stand another stream being unjustly taken down again. Well, they can't take down your stream due to a thumbnail. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Concentration camp. Israel created a huge concentration camp in Gaza. Israel imposed a medieval blockade on Gaza, which has been characterized as a crime against humanity. Israel periodically went into Gaza on its high-tech killing sprees, what it called operations. I would say Israel created, I think I'm quoting now, the British economist called Gaza a toxic dump. Israel created a situation where you have children. Yep. I understand. How old are your children?
From 31 down to 12. 30.
Okay, fine. Imagine if your child, your father, your child was born into what Giora Eiland called a concentration camp.
When he calls Gaza a concentration camp, the worst areas of Gaza are far better than the worst areas of neighboring countries like Egypt. If you go to bad parts of Egypt, they are like fucking unlivable hellholes where there's just garbage littered fucking everywhere. People are literally burning toxic waste to stay warm. there's gangs, sex trafficking. Like the worst areas of Gaza are basically like a normal street in India. So when he calls Gaza a concentration camp, like, it's just so fucking stupid. Just like oh, look, concentration camp, right? Does this look like a concentration camp to you? Oh, look at this concentration camp, right? Like, look, concentration camp. Like, by the way, this is indistinguishable from India. Like, if I told you this was India, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's India. Unless you can just ethnically identify everybody there, you'd believe me, that's India. Is India a concentration camp? And this is one of the poorer areas in Gaza. It's not that bad. Like, the worst areas are comparable to India. And then when you go to some of the wealthier neighborhoods in Gaza, like, it's kind of looks similar to, like, you know, a nice area in California or Vegas or something. Some of the nicer areas. It's hard to just find the right images on Google, but like, yeah, this is a concentration camp, apparently. It's just ridiculous.
Your child was left to languish in that concentration
It sounds
camp.
like you're working for justification.
He's completely justifying October 7th. Maybe if you let him somebody get a word in, I could explain where he's coming from.
Allow me to finish.
I do need to bring Claire in.
I need your
If
psychoanalysis.
this is not, yes, you do. You need a psychologist.
She does need to respond.
I love lunatics.
If this is one-on-one interview.
Well, she probably thinks you're a lunatic too.
Okay, fine. And by October 7th, as you recall, Gaza had disappeared from the international stage.
Yeah.
All the talk was about the Abraham Accords, whether Saudi Arabia. So your child was destined to be born into, languish in, and die in a concentration camp. Israel created...
It's not a concentration camp. It's just fine. Is it the nicest place? Is it Beverly Hills, California? No. Is it worse than any other country in the Middle East, like India, Jordan, Egypt? No, it's not.
Those conditions.
So was it justified?
So
what
my view is Israel forfeited its right of self-defense based on its criminal abuse of the population of Gaza for 20 years.
Okay, but so just to extrapolate that, it was just...
I'm very clear. There's no need for extrapolation. Israel forfeited...
So he won't answer yes to the question of whether or not Israel deserved October 7th or whether October 7th was justified. But he just found a very long way of saying, yes, Israel deserved it and October 7th was justified. He won't outright say yes, because he knows if he says that, he'll lose any and all fucking credibility. But, like, again, anybody with half a brain can pick up on what he's fucking saying. He's just a gaslighting fucking lunatic.
Its right to self-defense.
Does that mean, then, that what happened was justified?
Yeah, I know India doesn't count as the Middle East. You know what I'm fucking saying, dipshit.
Stick by my formulation. Israel forfeited its right to self-defense by having...
But Hamas justified by your logic?
Was Hamas justified? If your children were in that situation, I suspect, as a final resort...
No. If my kids were living in Gaza, I would not support the October 7th attack. Gaza was just fine. The only thing that was making Gaza worse was Hamas. Hamas is a brutal totalitarian regime. They execute gay people. They take away women's rights. They torture and murder their own citizens. That was really the only thing that was making Gaza worse. If Hamas didn't exist, and people in Gaza were just normal ass fucking people, even with a blockade, Gaza is just fine. I would be fine with my kids living there. if Hamas didn't exist and weren't torturing and killing people and they had basic human rights. So, no. There's nothing wrong with living in Gaza. They were doing just fine.
They might very well have done what happened.
So then, by his logic, there's 100 children in tunnels and dungeons in Gaza right now, taken, innocent people, not soldiers, taken hostage. If it was your child, then it justifies everything. By his very logic. By his very...
That's a very good point. So by his logic, if your kids were captured by Hamas and brought into terror tunnels and being held hostage, that would justify the war. What a clown. Death of Rabbit donated $2. I went shooting yesterday. Shot an American tactical cavalry over under and an AR-15 pattern 5.56 223 16-inch. Felt amazing. Well, that's good. Shooting's great. When I win the lottery, I'm definitely going to try to get a property where I can shoot guns on the property. I'm sure there's a way, like, I know in Canada, as long as there's like a certain distance between properties and your neighbors are okay with it, you are allowed to shoot in like your backyard or something. I'm sure there's a way of having like an indoor shooting range if you have the right like building code and permits. So the next draw is 80 million. I'm hoping to win that. There's also a $36 million draw. And if I don't win the 80 million, I'd like to win the 36 million. I'm sure even with the measly 36 million, I could make it happen. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Logic. Somebody takes away your children in the morning. We've heard enough of you, Mr. Finkelstein. Okay. First of all, let's just come back from Gotham.
Well, hang on. You're responsible, because Norman's gone as far as I've heard him do, in effectively saying it was a justified attack, and Israel has no right to defend itself.
But of course he's going to say that because he doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist. He doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist. Could you let me answer my question? He doesn't believe that Israel has a right to exist.
Has he ever said that? Has he ever said that?
My question is this.
He has. He might not say it outright, but he's said it. Just like how he just said he thinks Israel deserved October 7th and October 7th was justified. Same weird, long, meandering answer. He thinks Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
Well, you just said he said that.
If Israel doesn't have the right to self-defense, then it doesn't have the right to exist.
Fleur.
If Israel doesn't have the right to self-defense, it doesn't have a right to exist.
Yeah, so this woman's pretty smart. She knows the games he plays. He might not give a yes or no answer, but you can... If you're not stupid, yes, that's what he said.
He believes the whole of the country is a settlement.
Right.
He doesn't believe anywhere. You've said it, you've implied it, and we've had enough. If you let me answer the question.
Yes, I agree. I'm letting you answer the question. Where did I say Israel had no right to exist? Show me.
Can I answer the question?
I think you should answer it.
You don't have to say those specific words to say that thing. Like, if I were to give some like weird veiled threat, like oh gee, I can't wait until you're alone in your house, and like maybe I'll just drive by, and maybe I'll also have, my gun in the back of my car, after I go to the shooting range, and maybe I'll just stop by to say hello. Like, oh, did I ever say I was gonna come and kill you and shoot you? I never said that. Like, you don't have to say those things explicitly, like, to actually convey that fucking message.
Because you have said it as a fact.
If you believe that Israel doesn't have the right of self-defense, you are basically saying that Israel doesn't have the right to exist.
Richard, I am a genius and smarter than 99% of the population. Also Richard, I consistently spend money on lottery tickets and genuinely think I'm going to win because I don't understand kindergarten math. Leave the critical thinking to the adults, Rich.
Okay, well, look, I understand the odds of winning the lottery is low, but one, I have a pretty good feeling that I am going to win. Two, I know basic math. I know the odds are pretty low. But I make good money. buying lottery tickets is not like a massive expense. When I spend $10 on lottery tickets, it's not like I'm throwing away 1 or 2 hours at work where I make minimum wage and I only get paid like $7 an hour. So I basically just pissed off 2 hours worth of wages, and I could have just put that money towards like savings or food or basic necessities. Like, yeah, I have some additional expendable income. Every week or two, I put aside $10, and that little expense for, you know, the small likelihood that I'll win is kind of worth it to me. It's kind of fun to play the lottery. I might win. I could become like a mega fucking millionaire, and that money that I pissed away that I didn't really care about anyway, yeah, it's worth it. Thanks for the donation, though, Jason.
No, I never.
Yes, you do.
There's no connection
So then we can
between the two.
exist, but we can't defend ourselves
You can't
after people attack us. And let's just go back in history.
You can't defend yourself against concentration camp
If he keeps
inmates.
interrupting me.
Yeah, but what about
He just had a 10-minute monologue.
I agree.
He just had a 10-minute monologue. Give me a 5-minute
Okay.
monologue, okay?
Okay.
Since the beginning of the establishment of the State of Israel, which he believes that we were the terrible people displacing people. Okay, we were also displaced. Jews were also displaced from Arab lands. And that's just what happened post-war, post-colonization of the world. So let's look. In 47, there was a 2-state solution proposed. The Jews said yes. The Arabs said no. It's not that they wanted a state. It's that they didn't want the Jews to have a state. So we declared a state in 48. What happens? All the countries around us come to attack, to create a genocide. It was a miracle that Israel wasn't eliminated in that moment. Move forward. 67. Those territories in which we were attacked, well, there was no Palestine. There was no Palestinians. It was Jordan and Egypt and Syria and Lebanon that attacked Israel. If they would never have attacked Israel in 67, that land would have remained Arab land. Okay, fast forward 73. Another war that we didn't start. Now, do we not have the right to defend ourselves from destruction?
67.
We didn't start 67. We didn't start 73. We didn't start. Then we go and we say, we crumble onto hope. We hold on to hope. We say, let's do the Oslo Accords. We offered Arafat, and Clinton will say this himself, everything they said they wanted. 97% of the West Bank, half of Jerusalem, the lot. And they said no, and they started a bloody intifada in the streets of my city that killed many, many innocent civilians, Jewish and Arab alike. Then we thought, let's try something else. In 2005, let's do unilateral withdrawal. That's what Sharon did. He said, maybe if we actually just leave, they'll have an opportunity. There was never a blockade. The blockade started when Hamas went into power, and they were bringing in, contrabanding missiles in which to attack Israel. That's when a country has to say, we need to defend ourselves. Now, if there's a blockade, don't they have a border with Egypt? Why don't you say, what about Egypt? There's no blockade when it's 3 walls. Where's the 4th wall? It's Egypt. What happened to Egypt? Didn't they have tunnels going in and out of Egypt? In fact, it was Egypt that had a much harsher border than Israel. We had 20,000 people coming into work.
Let me ask you a question.
So what concentration camp has... Tell me something. What concentration camp has a country club? What concentration camp has a country club?
No, go after your island.
What concentration? Yes, Giora Island thinks we should keep northern Gaza. That's what he thinks. So now you're quoting him?
Why did Giora Island call it a huge concentration camp? Why? 2004.
I don't speak for him.
Hey, you could just Google
2004.
It. Yes.
We left in 2005.
Right. He called Gaza in 2004 a huge concentration camp.
Let me ask you, Fleur.
So we left in 2004.
We never left.
Who cares? It's an appeal to authority. Trump has said trans women aren't women. Does that make it true? Like, it's just retarded. Like, Trump has said so many bullshit things. He said Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Oh, well, the president of the United States said Haitians are eating cats and dogs. It must be true. The president of the United States said crime is skyrocketing. It must be true. The president of the United States said like South America is sending all of their fucking criminals from insane asylums. It must be true. I don't know why one quote from some Israeli official means it's true.
We left in
your imagination.
Excuse me.
You left.
Keep your
in your
distance,
imagination,
please.
you
so
left.
You understand
According to the International Committee of the Red Cross, you didn't leave.
Yes, we know how neutral they are.
According to Human Rights Watch, you didn't leave.
We know how neutral they are.
According to Amnesty International,
we know how neutral.
Hey, Gum Gum. Gummy. Gum Gum. What are you doing, little kitty? You okay? Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum, I want cuddles. Gum Gum. Gum Gum, come here. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum, I want cuddles. Come cuddle with your dad. Gum Gum. Gum Gum, come cuddle. Gum Gum. Gum Gum won't come. He doesn't listen.
Everybody's an anti-Semite.
No, but a lot of people. No.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, buddy, when you said Israel deserved October 7th, yeah, that makes you an anti-Semite.
Let me get a time out. No, I want to ask you a question, which is this. There can be no doubt.
You don't understand the odds. The likelihood isn't just low. It's extraordinarily low. Right next to impossible. On average, if you were to buy 2,922,014 lottery tickets, then that would only put your odds of winning at 1%. I know numbers are hard, Toe.
I gave my explanation for playing the lottery, okay? But, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Jason.
Doubt that even if Israel says we unilaterally pulled out in 2005 and withdrew troops and so on to the border, whatever, there's no doubt that Israel continued to exercise a form of occupying control. And we saw that very clearly after October the 7th, when Israel was, at the flick of a switch, able to turn off the supplies of water, of electricity.
Why didn't they develop
food.
their own water
No, but here's my
infrastructure?
question for you, Phil.
Why didn't they use
Here's my
the money
question
to
for you.
develop their own
Here's my
electricity?
question for you.
Why?
Here's my question for you. Given that Israel had that power, you can dispute the word occupation, but they had a control over the people of Gaza, the Palestinians, which I don't think they should have had. What gives Israel the right to exercise that kind of power over the people of Gaza?
It wasn't over the people of Gaza. It
Well,
was
it
a
was.
terrorist entity that has in its foundational charter the destruction of the
Okay,
whole
at
of
least
Israel.
you gave them control.
No,
At
we
least
didn't give them
we
control.
agreed.
We gave the Palestinian Authority control.
Are you saying all Gazans are Hamas?
No, we gave the Palestinian Authority control. And then the year later, they had elections pushed by the American government at the time. And then Hamas won that election and then took over in a brutal coup, which, by the way, do you know how many of the PA they killed? This is their own
Do you
civil war
think-
going
do you-
on.
listen, I think
And that's
Hamas-
also Israel's
I think
fault.
Hamas are despicable.
Everything is
Listen,
Israel's fault.
but-
You are basically practicing the bigotry of low expectation for the Gazans and the Palestinians.
All right, let me-
He's saying
okay.
that the Palestinian leadership has no responsibility. Zero responsibility.
Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization,
Yes,
okay?
it is.
So that explains why Israel prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. That's why Israel prohibited baby chicks
I don't agree with
from
any of this.
Gaza.
I agree with you.
They're, like, on the scale of, like, you know, problems, it's... ABC don't need to tell us the mental gymnastics pro-Palestinians have to go through to justify Hamas on October 7th is hilarious and pathetic. How are these people taken seriously? Well, they're taken seriously because of anti-Semitism. Anybody who will stand up in support of anti-Semitism, they'll be taken seriously by these fucking crazy lunatics. Because it doesn't matter what, like, if what they're saying is true or not. If you hate Jews, you'll support it. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. So, Israel has retaliated against some of these terror attacks by prohibiting the importation of confectionery, like chocolate. I think there's some other, like candy or sweet that Palestinians like. I can't remember the fucking name, but it's like some kind of fudge or biscuit or something. Like, okay, I guess if you want chocolate, don't commit terror attacks? Like, who cares? It's just so bizarre. Of all things to complain about, Israel retaliating against terror attacks by banning the importation of chocolate. You know, like, you're punishing a kid by not letting them go to, like, McDonald's or have cookies. Like, it's so absurd. All the Palestinians did was kill hundreds of Israeli citizens by planting bombs on buses, and you deprive them of the most basic human necessity of Hershey's chocolate. Like, fuck you.
That's
He's
why
twisting the reality.
Actually, that is the reality.
It's not.
Israel was doing that.
It's
Israel
not.
produced
Yes.
such
They
a
were
long-
restricting
such-
building materials that they knew they were
It wasn't all they were restricting. Let me ask you, listen, I want to bring things forward.
Here's, we
Hang on.
finally agree on more than we disagree on.
Listen, you'd be surprised. Honestly, I have a lot of sympathy for the plight of the Palestinians, and I have sympathy
So
for
do I.
Israel for what happened on
I
October
have-
7th.
You shouldn't. You should have absolutely zero sympathy for these people. Palestinians fall under two categories. They either explicitly support the jihadist regime of Hamas, or they implicitly support them with complacency. They don't protest. They do nothing to fight back. They've done nothing to change any of these societal standards or question the status quo and try to overthrow Hamas and put in place a secular government that can make good relations with Israel. So they either explicitly or implicitly support Hamas. You should give these people zero fucking sympathy. That's what happens when you elect fascist dictators and you let fascist dictators do what fascist dictators do. Just like Nazi Germany, the German people elected Hitler, they supported him, either explicitly by literally supporting him, or implicitly by keeping quiet, staying low, not questioning the status quo, not assassinating Hitler or any of his fucking generals or political leaders. And that's what happens. You have to bear the responsibility for that. So, no, too bad. They deserve zero fucking sympathy. Bootycom donated $2. Palestinians, you will get your cookies when you stop blowing shit up. Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
I have a lot of sympathy for the Palestinians because they've always had terrible leadership.
Fine. You know what I think? Palestinians should be entitled to the exact same human rights as you.
They should
and
be
me.
entitled to their
And they're
own
not.
self-determination.
Yeah,
But why didn't they do that? Why did
Yeah, they don't care about self-determination. And by the way, they already have their own state. It's called fucking Jordan.
they take one of the pieces?
I
that was
agree.
offered? Why did they not self-determine?
I agree.
Do you know why?
I agree.
Piers? Do you know why, Piers? Because they've never taken responsibility.
Yes, but my,
because the whole world has taken all responsibility away from the leadership.
My view is a bigger view, which is that right behind all this is Iran.
Absolutely.
That Iran's tentacles have been fueling Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and that is the core problem in the region.
In Norman Finkelstein's world, Islamism is not a problem. Political Islam is not a problem.
Let Norman respond now.
In his world, that's not a problem.
It's a very simple answer. There are called 4 or 5 final status questions bearing on resolving the conflict.
Yeah.
Jerusalem, settlements, borders, refugees. Those are the main issues. Under international law, the settlements are illegal. Each and every one. I noticed yesterday when I was watching your latest program, you referred to the building of new settlements as being appalling. No, under international law, confirmed in the July decision of the International Court of Justice, all the settlements are illegal. Under the plans that Ehud Barak offered in the year 2000, and then later under Ehud Olmert, Israel wanted to keep 80% of the settlements in place. It wanted to keep all the settlement blocks in place. The question of borders, Israel's position has been, excuse me, it will not return to the June 1967 border. That's in breach of international law. Israel says it will not leave East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. It belongs to the Palestinian people. Very simple, very simple. I hope everybody will listen.
Who are we occupying Jerusalem from? It was Jordanian before 67.
I'm not interested.
No, you're talking about law.
Yes,
He's wrong in law.
But you cannot dispute on that. Hang on.
48 to 67. There's never been Palestinian.
Do you dispute? Okay, on one point.
Everything.
We can argue about the hang on. We can argue.
The settlements aren't illegal. Palestinians don't own that land. They just claim they do, just like they claim they own everything. Again, if they actually wanted rights to that land, they could have negotiated this back in the fucking 1930s, but they never did.
About the history of the settlements, okay? What I don't think anyone can argue, Israeli or Palestinian, since the start of this war on October the 7th, 8th, is that the aggressive expansion of settlements on the West Bank by Israelis since the start of this war, in my estimation, has not just been outrageous, I think it actually constitutes an indisputable war crime. What are they doing?
It is not a war crime. They have a right to that territory, so go fuck yourself.
Have you ever read Oslo?
I'm very aware of it.
So let me tell you what Oslo.
Why are you assuming things?
I'm asking you a question because when you talk about it, you don't understand what was actually.
I think he understands.
I've literally specifically asked you about the aggressive expansion of settlements since October the 7th. It is indefensible, it is illegal, and in my estimation, it is a war crime. Now, we know that's happening because we can see it. We can see it. What we can't see in Gaza is because the journalists aren't allowed in.
There's no. Yes, and the journalists were allowed in.
He's talking about the West Bank, so what the fuck does he mean journalists aren't allowed in?
And they got killed, you'd say Israel's killing journalists. So you can't win, can you?
What do you think of the aggressive expansion of settlements on the West Bank since the war started?
I reject the premise of that, and I'll tell you why.
You think it's fine?
Let me ask you a question.
Do you support these plans? I've had Jewish guests who have condemned
There's no occupation.
She said there's no occupation.
Do you think these expansions are fine?
I want to answer the
question. Are they justified?
I want to answer the
question. Yes or no?
Oslo.
Give me yes or no.
Split.
I'm not interested in Oslo.
Oslo split. No, because the whole premise of the question...
I'm asking you a simple question, Fleur. Has the expansion of settlements in the West Bank since the start of this war been justified, yes or no?
Yes. They have been justified. Israel has a right to build settlements there. They're not building a settlement on some like other person's country. They're not violating territorial borders. They're not violating other governments. Yes. And again, it fits their political strategy. Why in the hell would you want less Jews living anywhere in these territories?
94%
yes or no?
of Palestinians
yes or no?
are living under their own authority
yes or no, Fleur?
in Judea
yes
and
no?
Samaria.
Is it justified?
What do you mean?
Is it justified?
Of course, we're justified. We are building communities. There are communities
You're
in Judea and
forcing people
Samaria.
out of their homes.
Nobody's been forced out of their
illegally.
homes. Have you ever looked at Area
International
C?
law.
No one's being forced out of their homes. That is a huge gaslight. There's a lot of Palestinians that are living in homes around that area that were originally owned by Jews. So they are literally squatters. And people from these families finally want to return to the homes they legally own, and they're getting kicked, and they're just kicking out the fucking squatters.
Or says you're breaking the law.
There's no homes. There's desert. There's the Judean desert where there's settlements.
It's very interesting because, okay, let me come back to Norman.
What are you
Let me
talking
come back
about?
to
Do you
Norman.
think people are getting kicked out of
You know what, Norman? Here's my thing for you, which you're going to probably like me saying this, because I've had guests.
Canada Dry or Seagram's ginger ale. I don't think I've ever had Seagram's ginger ale.
From the Israeli side. And when I've had that very point, that question, they have actually very quickly said, I think it's wrong, right? And I respect that completely. I've got to say, Fleur, your total refusal to accept anything in terms of the settlement since October 7th on the West Bank is wrong. I just find it outrageous.
Why was there terrorism before 1967?
I'm not going back to
If all,
67.
no, I am.
I'm talking about the last year.
Because you're talking about territory that
These
was
settlement expansions in the
legitimately.
last 15
You're
months have
talking
been totally
about
wrong.
territory that was legitimately conquered after a war we didn't start
All right.
in 67.
All right.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that when somebody aggressively starts a war, they should never pay a price for that?
No, but I think you should be honest about what the
They
price.
should never pay a
you should
price?
Be, you should be. Oh, no, of course they should.
Should they, so what's the price they should
No,
pay?
that's the
for
question
having
I've been
attacked?
asking for the last year.
Jordan attacked
That's the question
Israel.
I've been asking
The
for the last
territory
year.
was Jordanian. And let me
All
tell you
right.
something.
All right.
After the war, they said, keep them.
Fine, I'm going to Norman for a response. Here's the thing, Norman. We agree about more than you may realise, and I do with you as well in certain areas, and disagree in others, right? So I don't come at this from an ideological, I'm with one side or the other. But I do find anyone who attempts to defend the expansion of settlements in the way that we've seen, I just think that they're so far one-sided, they can't see the wood for the trees out there. My big issue with Gaza is not that your characterisation is necessarily wrong, it's that we as Western media don't know because we're not allowed in there. And my big problem with the IDF, and I'll get a response from you, Fleur, on this, is the IDF's refusal to let independent Western journalists in to verify what they're doing and to report fairly and freely, I think is very telling and increasingly damning.
Okay, Piers, I listened to you yesterday's program when you had Katie Halper on and Alan Dershowitz and John Kornakis and Matt Kennard.
Yeah.
And that point you made yesterday, which you're reiterating today, I'd like to address it very directly.
Yeah.
You say the problem is that Israel is, or a problem is that Israel isn't admitting journalists.
Yeah.
And you correctly said it's fair for a fair-minded person to infer from that fact.
Yeah, so they're hiding something.
They're excellent.
Yeah.
They're hiding something.
No question.
But that's only half the picture. The other half of the picture, which I hope your listeners will pay attention to, the other half of the picture.
So again, why would they let journalists in when there's a huge security issue? They're going to have to be escorted by Israeli security staff. Then people say, oh, well, they're being forced to go to certain areas and Israel's telling them not to go here. They're hiding something. Then if they don't let them be escorted by security staff and they get shot by who knows who, it could be friendly fire, it could be Hamas, they're going to blame Israel for it. They're either going to say, oh, Israel let them get killed by Hamas, or Israel deliberately executed these journalists. There's no winning. They know there's no winning. So why let them in?
Picture is this. Since Israel imposed the blockade on Gaza, it's been a basket case, an economic basket case. And all these international organizations have had to come in. Save the Children, World Food Program, CARE, UNESCO, UNICEF. They all have field operations there. They all know the lay of the land. They're all still there since October 7th. Now, when South Africa submitted its application to the International Court of Justice alleging that Israel was in breach of the Genocide Convention, who did it cite? It cited all of these organizations. It would be better if we had journalists there, but really at this point, journalistic coverage would be superfluous. We have all the respect.
It's never superfluous.
Okay, I will say superfluous meaning we have all of these international respected organizations, many of them headed by Americans, like Agency for International Development. When they all charge that Israel is using starvation.
Appeal to authority. So again, just because somebody says that doesn't make it true. Show the actual facts.
Israel is using starvation as a weapon.
We have about 8 minutes left.
I just want to answer that. Special Advisor for Prevention of Genocide yesterday for the UN.
Yeah.
ABC, you don't need to learn. So Norman's allowed to infer things, but others can infer his justification of October 7th. Nice double standard. Yeah, really. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
was sacked. Why? Because she said that what's happening in Gaza did not meet the definition of genocide.
Yeah.
This is the Special Advisor for Prevention of Genocide.
Yeah.
What he is talking about is a blood libel that Jews have suffered for thousands of years. And what's happening today, that the little blood libel that used to be, oh, Jews are killing Christian children for making the bread, and all of that today, as the collective country, the Jewish country, now today we face the same blood libels, but in big.
Okay.
That's exactly what's
Listen,
happening.
we have a few minutes.
Genocide
Okay,
is a
Fleur,
blood libel.
Fleur,
Apartheid is a blood libel.
okay.
Everything this man talks
Okay,
about
you made your
is
point.
a blood
You made your point.
libel.
I want to ask.
And he's
okay.
having his 5 minutes in the sun
Okay.
because today it's trendy
All right.
to hate Israel and hate Jews.
Okay.
But it'll be over because we've
Fleur,
survived worse than this.
I'm going to interrupt you. I want to ask Norman just about Donald Trump. He's the new president of the United States. He's packed his cabinet with very pro-Israeli people. That's no great secret. He makes no secret of being very pro-Israeli. What does that mean, do you think, for this war? I mean, on one level, it may bring an end to the war faster, which would be a good thing for everybody. But what does it mean going forward? I mean, my big argument with Israel, I've seen no coherent plan for life after the war. I've been very cynical about Netanyahu, that he's facing corruption charges the moment this is over. He's also, there's a big report out today from Israel, holding his government to account for the failures of allowing October the 7th to happen on their watch. There'll be accountability for that. There's no great incentive for him to end this, but Trump may want him to end it quickly, I suspect. But what happens then? I mean, let's just be big picture here. What is going to happen, do you think?
Well, I hate to be a bearer of bad news, and I've been criticized on that score by people who normally I would count as my allies. But as I said, I think Gaza is no more.
Just gone. What will happen to the people?
I think by hook or by crook, they're going to have to figure out a way to leave.
Well, they're going to neighboring Arab countries.
Oh, they won't accept it, don't worry.
I don't know what's going
Nobody's
to happen. But
accepting.
as you know, Piers, in the modern world, right now there are 2.5 million Syrians in Turkey. There are about 1.5 million Syrians in Lebanon. There are large population movements. I don't want to go into that area, first of all, because it's speculative. And second of all, it seems to me it's a distraction from what we should be focusing on now. And what we should be focusing on now is what happened, who is accountable for it, because that's one part of historical justice.
Before I go to Fleur for response, just very quickly, because we are literally into the last 5 minutes now, should Hamas have any form of power in any government after this war?
Piers, I've answered that question to you before, but I'll answer it again. I will be succinct. If Hamas, by killing 1,200 people on October 7th, disqualified itself from participating in any future in the resolution of the conflict, then Israel, by a factor of maybe 20 times more, has disqualified itself. And we have to add, it's not just the state of Israel. It's the entire population of Israel, which gets more and more enthusiastic and relishes more and more each time a massacre unfolds in Gaza.
But we also saw, hang on that, we also saw scenes of widespread jubilation when the hostages were dragged through the streets in Gaza from a lot of Palestinians. The idea that it's just Hamas members who have a view of an anti-Jewish sentiment. I saw it with their own eyes.
He is assigning a cult of death to the wrong side. He is assigning a cult of death to Israel. Israel is a cult of life.
Let me ask you a question.
Israel is.
Let me ask you, Fleur.
I have 4 children.
Let me ask you.
I have 4 children, and they come home.
Sengoku Donatellers, how's the hack squat form looking? I loaded up the plates heavy, but want to make sure I'm not ego lifting. I mean, it's practically impossible to do a hack squat wrong. The only things you could fuck up is, like, just not going low enough, really. Some people also, because they have really bad ankle mobility, they might need to put their foot placement higher up on the platform, and then they're not getting as much, what's the word I'm looking for? Not knee extension, but you don't get as much quad activation doing that. But yeah, your form's fine. Like, it's a machine. It's impossible to really do it wrong. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
I wish dogs lived longer. 15 years isn't enough.
Yeah, same. They really deserve to live longer than us. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
singing songs, one day we'll have peace. And you know what they're
And you
teaching
know
the
what else they
Palestinians?
sing? You know what
Let
else they
me
sing?
finish.
They sing
Be
death
very
to the
rude. He's
Arabs.
not let me
They
answer
also
any
sing death to
question.
the Arabs.
That's not true.
Even when
You
they go
do
to
not live in
foreign
Israel.
countries,
You have
even
not
when
been
they
to
go
Israel.
Amsterdam,
And I don't know how long.
they sing death to the Arabs.
He's wrong.
Even in
Israel-
Amsterdam, they sing death to the Arabs. In fact, even in Amsterdam, they sang, you know why there are no more
Again,
schools
the
in
abused
Gaza?
wife is justifying
Because there are
the
no more
pogrom.
children
The
in Gaza.
abused wife is
That's what
justifying
they're
the
chanting
pogrom.
in Amsterdam.
He's justifying the pogrom. The
cult
abused
of
wife.
life. Yes.
Abused wife
Israel-
syndrome.
Israel
Justifying
has-
the pogrom.
Israel has a cult of life for Jews.
That's not true. And the 20% of Arabs who live, and 20% of Arab citizens that live in peace in Israel, that prosper in Israel, that are in every single strata of society in Israel. You know who the best educated people in Israel are? Christian Arab women. And that's Israel. We celebrate diversity. Everybody gets opportunities, including our Muslim, our Druze, and our Christian population. He's living in a world that doesn't exist and is assigning everything that is wrong with Hamas to... Now, let me just finish with something. This is Israel Khania, who we killed, thankfully, a billionaire, the guy who obviously followed the accounting of Hamas, yes. The blood of women, children, and elderly, we're the ones that need this blood, so it awakens within us the revolutionary spirit. This is the guy who stole billions from his own people and lived like a king in Doha. Now, I think what both of you get wrong is that this is not a territorial conflict. This is an ideological conflict because Hamas don't want a two-state solution. And unfortunately, the PA have rejected every two-state solution proposed
what
to them
happens at the
from
end of this war?
1947.
So what happens at the end of the war?
There is no territorial solution because this is not a territorial
what will
conflict. I pray that the Abraham Accords and that the wider peace in the region will bring the Palestinians to the point that they understand that the only way forward is to negotiate with Israel. Not to go this way or that way, not to kill Israelis, but to negotiate with Israel. Israel is a country that I'm so proud of my country. 1948, nobody gave us anything. We've been fighting wars incessantly. We've built a technological superpower. We are curing cancer. We are curing climate issues.
You know what we need to cure for?
We have
What
more
we need to
Nobel
cure for,
Prizes
Fleur?
per capita than anybody else, including Arab
You know what we need to cure for?
prosper in
You know
this
what we need to
country.
cure for? We need to cure. No, we need a cure for a 75-year conflict.
We do.
And you know what?
I
I'm
pray for
reminded
that
again.
cure every
I'm
day.
reminded again of a conflict in Northern Ireland between implacable enemies who killed each other for many decades, and they eventually got leaders who were able to barrel through all that and reach peace.
I was
and that's what we need.
I was deputy mayor of Jerusalem for 6 years. All I did was build bridges between the 40% Muslim population and the Jewish
I've got to leave
population,
it there.
and they have prospered
Fleur, I have to
for
leave
it.
it there. Fleur and Norman, thank you. Listen, I appreciate you coming together. I know it's passionate views on both sides, but I do appreciate you.
Well, that was nice and retarded. Just like every other Piers Morgan debate or interview.
It's finally happening. The Russian ruble tumbles to its lowest point since March of 2022. The ruble is finally collapsing. I took this screenshot yesterday when the US dollar was equivalent to about 113 Russian rubles. And when it comes to the price movement for currencies, sometimes the squiggly line goes up, sometimes the squiggly line goes down, but the last 2 or 3 weeks have been abnormal. This is a pretty big drop. The Russian ruble has lost about a third of its value over the last 6 months, and close to 15% of its value in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So why now? Russia's ruble sinks to March 2022 levels after the United States sanctions Gazprom Bank. Gazprom Bank is the official bank for Russia's energy giant, and until now, the United States has avoided targeting Gazprom Bank in order to enable European countries to continue paying for Russian gas supplies, as the bank serves as the main conduit for energy-related payments. Initially, almost 3 years ago, the United States sanctioned certain Russian banks, basically kicking them out of the SWIFT network to handle large transactions. But Gazprom Bank was an exception, because they were European partners.
Retard and Hitlers earlier today. That's not a smart thing to say to Trump. I wonder if they've already started talking and he's getting pissed off.
Да, как бы поразило даже не то, что в отношении цивилизованных обвинениям и так далее.
So he said Trump is not even safe now, but I hope he's a smart and cautious person. He's like, Trump is not going to take that well. Like, you have to call him the smartest person in the world. Oh, you're so brilliant. Like, to get him to do anything you want. Like, he's actually threatening Trump. I don't think Trump is going to take that well. I wonder, like, it makes me think they've already been talking and Trump isn't playing ball with some of his demands and now he's, like, resorted to threatening. Well, hopefully Trump doesn't do a dum-dum and he actually supports Ukraine because of this. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Well, Speed Racer, if a dog does not live long enough for you, why don't you just get something that lives a lot longer like a tortoise?
Yeah, turts are nice. Nothing wrong with a good turt. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Still paying for oil and gas from Russia. The European continent just couldn't abruptly cut off their energy supplies from Russia. But it's been almost 3 years, and a lot of European partners have found alternatives for their energy needs. And yes, now is the time to go after Gazprom Bank. And we can look at Gazprom's stock price. This is in rubles. It hit a high in late 2021, close to 360 rubles, and now it's down to 120. When you convert this to dollars, the share price for Gazprom is now about $1. This company is not doing well, according to their books. That's one factor. The other one is the Russian central bank has halted currency buying until 2025, as the ruble continues to slide. In order to prop up their own currency, this matters to Putin. It affects his prestige and standing in the world. So prior to his election earlier this year, prior to the November election, I think Putin was emphasizing using saved up foreign currency just to buy his own ruble to stabilize it. He was using dollars and euros and Chinese yuan to buy his own currency to artificially control it. But he can't afford to do this anymore. When you look at the liquid assets portfolio of Russia's National Wealth Fund, this is a graphic put out by Tachny. This isn't everything. This is the liquid assets portfolio. But our best estimates, based on what information we get out of Russia, Russia is currently standing at about 24 billion in gold reserves and 31 billion in Chinese yuan. The Russians are no longer storing or operating in euros, dollars, or British pounds. Russia's not out of money, but they're fast approaching bankruptcy if they continue burning their own money just to artificially prop up their own currency.
Aaron from England donated $3. Let me see.
The first point I would make is that if the British Army was asked to fight tonight, yes, it would fight tonight. And I don't think anybody in this room should be under any illusion that if the Russians invaded Eastern Europe tonight, then we would meet them in that fight. That would be the first point I'd make.
Thank you, General. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely certain that if the Russians invaded Eastern Europe, the British Army would be there. I'm a reserve officer, so I would probably be there with them.
Well, at least that's good. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
So what does this mean when a currency devalues? And there actually is strengths and negatives. A strength to devaluing your own currency is this can make your exports more competitive. If your exports are more competitive, you can hire more people, you can manufacture more. This helps with the unemployment rate in your country. But Russia doesn't have an unemployment rate, so they have a labor shortage. So devaluing their currency to make their exports more competitive doesn't matter when they don't have the labor to meet those demands. And the converse is imports become more expensive. When you have to import food for your grocery store, materials for your building supply stores, up and down the chain, this is going to make inflation in Russia worse as their currency devalues, because they're going to have to spend more and more to import whatever they need to do their daily activities. Now, concerning exports becoming cheaper, this only applies to things you manufacture in country. This doesn't apply to Russia's main exports, which are raw commodities, oil and gas, timber, whatever. International markets set the prices for what a barrel of oil is or a cubic meter of gas. So this doesn't benefit Russia in any way. When their currency devalues, and it's going to continue, it's just going to create a downward spiral in the entire Russian economic system. On top of this, when you see a price movement this great, usually this is insiders who have insider information, people working at large companies or perhaps Russia's central bank. They know something, and they're telling their friends. This information hasn't gone public yet. We don't know specifically what bad thing has occurred inside of Russia. But when you see a drop this abrupt over this short period of time, it's the insiders getting their money out. They know something bad has happened or will happen, and the public just doesn't know yet. So we're going to find out soon what exactly is going on. The other top story that I'm very excited about, Trump has nominated General Keith Kellogg as Ukraine envoy to end the Russian invasion. A fixture on cable news circuits, the 80-year-old national security veteran co-wrote an academic paper calling for Washington to leverage military aid as a means for pushing for peace talks. This is something that was rumored was coming. I was waiting until Trump named the guy, and here he is. I am very pleased to nominate General Keith Kellogg to serve as assistant to the president and special envoy for Ukraine and Russia. Keith has led a distinguished military and business career, including serving in highly sensitive national security roles in my first administration. So General Kellogg was Mike Pence's national security advisor, the former vice president. This guy was in all the meetings for 4 years, getting the proper intelligence about the danger and risk of the Russians. This guy is credible. This guy knows what he's talking about. Lieutenant General Kellogg is a serious person. He is a retired Green Beret who commanded Special Operations Command Europe and the 82nd Airborne Division. He is a Silver Star recipient for actions in Vietnam and 5 Bronze Stars, including V for Valor. He also
I heard North Korean soldiers got addicted to porn in Russia.
Fought in Panama and the Gulf War. So let's give Trump some credit. He could have named Scott Ritter to this special post. but he took it serious, and he named a very serious individual who's pro-Ukraine. General Kellogg supports Ukraine. This is the general here. He visited Ukraine in, I think, 2023. As far as his ideas, as far as his plans, we're going to be hearing more from him over the next 2 months. And we don't have to have a plan yet. We have 55 days here in the United States to come up with a pretty good plan. We have concepts of a plan, but I think General Kellogg is talking to as many people as possible, getting their inputs, getting their information, including the Ukrainians. I guarantee you General Kellogg is now talking to anyone in the Ukrainian government who wants to talk to him so he can get the best information possible. Concerning his ideas about forcing the Russians to the negotiating table by threatening to increase weapons supplies to the Ukrainians, Trump has repeated this talking point several times, and this was General Kellogg's idea. Will it work? I don't know. It's worth a shot. We're going to test this theory in late January, threaten the Russians with supplying more aid to Ukraine if they don't negotiate and cooperate and end hostilities in some way. How will this all play out? We're going to find out together here on the channel over the next 2 months. But here's his appearance. He went on Fox News yesterday, and this is from his official Twitter account. He's only got 36,000 followers. If you want to follow him, I think I'm going to start checking his posts daily. But here's him on Fox News yesterday being asked about the test launch of the Orshnik intermediate range ballistic missile. What does the general have to say about this?
Now, talk to us about this new sort of sophisticated weapon that Putin is now. He launched some kind of medium-range ballistic missiles with a lot of warheads on it into Ukraine. Can you talk to us in layman's terms what it does and how alarmed people should be about it?
It's an intermediate-range ballistic missile based off range, and it's got MIRVs on it, multiple independent reentry vehicles, so more than one warhead. It can
Meaning they can split up and hit a whole lot of targets.
They will break off and hit multiple targets. And again, it can be nuclear tipped. But they only use one, and it's basically a class of what they call truck-mounted intermediate-range ballistic missiles that they've got there. He's used it for psychological reasons, and Jack Key made a great comment on that. He didn't use it because it was militarily effective, because it hit a city, not very much damage there at all. But he's kind of saying to the West, well, see what I can do. And this is one where people back off. President Biden's backed off. When the minute he said IRBM, ICBM, nuclear war, we said, oh my gosh, we can't go there. That's when you need to lean in, because he is not beating Putin. He will not start a nuclear war in Europe. You need to remind him.
This is General Kellogg saying, don't be intimidated by Russia's nuclear threats. Putin is not going to start a nuclear war. That's a very important message to be coming from the next administration.
Let me make sure you understand. The Brits have nuclear weapons, the French have nuclear weapons, we've got nuclear weapons, don't go there. And we haven't really said that to him. So it's kind of a psychological play, and I think Jack Key's got it right. So he's kind of up the ante with...
This is the talking point we have to start saying going forward. President Biden was too weak. Jake Sullivan was too weak. Their language wasn't strong enough to deter the Russians. Trump is going to speak in much stronger and harsher language. This is what General Kellogg is advising him. I support this. This is good. So the interview continues. The entire thing's 5.5 minutes. I'll link it down below. But the next part of the interview I want to share involves the approval for Storm Shadows, Scalps, and Attackums on the territory of Russia. General Kellogg supports this. He doesn't oppose this. He thinks this was a good idea from the Biden administration.
Nothing about everything. But why now? I mean, he's left this pile of dog, you know what, on Trump's doorstep. You know, John, here's what I'm really hoping. I'm hoping that Jake Sullivan talked to Michael Waltz, who's the incoming national security advisor, or President Biden has talked to President Trump and said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm really hoping that, because what he has done, Biden, through his action, he's actually given President Trump more leverage. Really? Because now he can pull back, he can go left, he can go right, he can do something. I think what he did is he basically said, well, this is what I want to do. And I'm hoping there's something to this. I don't know, but it does give the president.
This is really smart from General Kellogg. He's saying that Trump and Biden were talking before Biden gave this approval. Jake Sullivan and the incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz were also talking. This is a very interesting point because Trump tweets all day, every day about everything. But Trump's not talking about this approval given by Biden for Storm Shadows and Attackums. Because this is another leverage point. This is another tool. If Trump actually wants to negotiate with the Russians, giving more capability to Ukraine today gives Trump more flexibility to negotiate with the Russians when he takes office on January 20th. So this is the very smart argument that General Kellogg is now making to the public on Fox News. And this is going to convince and move a lot of people who voted for Trump. So let's get another reaction. I can't believe I'm sharing this clip, but this is American citizen Jackson Hinkle sitting on the studio of Soviet Live. If you don't know who Jackson Hinkle is, I envy you. He's probably the most obnoxious troll on the internet talking about Russia and Ukraine. He is a Trump supporter. This is his post from 2023, Make America Great Again. But lately he's been critical of Trump because Jackson Hinkle supports Hamas, Iran, China, and I think he's a communist. He identifies as an American conservative Marxist-Leninist. And this guy's only 25. He has no life experience. He's done nothing with his life other than social media.
Either this guy is severely retarded or he is just one of the most shit-posting trolls in all of history.
Saying inflammatory things to just make as much money as possible. He's a grifter, and he does it for money. But the Russians love him so much, they invited him on Soviet Live. And Jackson Hinkle gave his opinion on some of Trump's cabinet picks, and he's not happy. Unfortunately, I think Tulsi Gabbard is probably the only person, besides Elon Musk, in this incoming Trump administration who is upset by what Biden is doing right now. He's referring to the approval of ATACMS and Storm Shadows on the territory of Russia. And this is Jackson Hinkle, traitor to America, a communist who supports Iran, Hamas, Russia, and China, saying that the only two cabinet picks he likes by Trump is Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard. And I'm going to go on the record now saying I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is going to get approved by the Senate. I think there's already 4 Senate Republicans who have told Trump, no, this woman is not qualified and she's a Syrian asset. And as far as Elon Musk, he's been given a fake job. Department of Government Efficiency is a fake job that has no impact on foreign policy in Russia. So yeah, people like Jackson Hinkle, who support Russia but also supported Trump, they're getting a little bit worried. Trump has surrounded himself with a lot of very bad picks, people who I think are going to be very happy at the prospect of this war escalating into a potential hot war with the United States. But props to her for being outspoken. He's talking about Tulsi Gabbard. She holds a very important position in the Trump administration. If she gets approved, and she won't, she's going to oversee all 17 U.S. intelligence agencies. But she is just one woman, and there are lots of bad people who are going to be taking the mantle in the White House come January 20th. If you look at the people Trump surrounded himself with, Mike Waltz, he is like his national security advisor. He wants to destroy the Kremlin. Elise Stefanik, the UN ambassador for Trump, she said that Putin is committing genocide in Ukraine. These people are insane. These people have lost their minds. So there you go. Jackson Hinkle is not approving of some of these Trump cabinet picks. And I'm going to take the opposite position. I'm going to say Mike Waltz is great. Marco Rubio is great. General Kellogg, as special envoy, is going to be fantastic. So as we close out the Biden administration.
Speed Racer, here is a tortoise care video you might like to look at.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That's a really good turt. Oh, he's eating a flower. Oh my god.
Hi.
Wow, what a nice turt.
7 years old, and he was the size of a little playing card, about yay big.
Oh
And
my
we have
God.
had him since. At the time, we did not know how big Tiptoe was going to get.
Fun fact, Vorscht debated Jackson Hinkle 3+ years ago on whether Assad gassed his own civilians. Don't watch the whole thing, skim through, but it's kinda funny.
I've repeated this like 20 times now. Are you like deaf? I'm being very clear on this. Can you cite any part of the report where he claims that there was no chemical weapons attack?
Bro, he
Right. So we're beginning already. So first of all, you can't really claim that you're not defending Assad when you're making the claim that numerous and highly credentialed accusations against Assad with regards to him engaging in crimes against humanity are fake. Like, that'd be saying, like, I'm not defending Hitler. I just think that Auschwitz-Birkenau was a POW camp, and the deaths there were the product of, like, Allied bombing train lines so they couldn't get food there. I mean, this isn't really what we're here to talk about. If you want, I encourage, like, any audience member to take a look at human rights violations.
open the opportunity.
$3 hairs for lottery. Last one for you.
Let me see.
Little trick that I learned when I was like 7 years old, TikTok. First things first, gotta grab a little strain of grass. As you guys can see, it has like a little middle stem and then the 2 leaves. You gotta rip it like that. Of course, depending on your hand size, is gonna depend on the type of size of the leaf that you're gonna rip. And what you wanna do is, you kinda wanna crack it right in the middle like that without taking the stem with you, right? You're gonna throw this away. Right here in the curvature of your thumb, no diddy. You gotta lick the 2 corners right there, as you can see. And then with your other thumb, you squeeze it, and it has to be a perfect line like that. And then you gotta
Why did you send me this?
Oh, que sé que quiero a mano ver.
I'm not watching that.
Do it again, and I was like, "Are you dumb?" Because that just doesn't make sense. Like, it just wasn't getting through to her that everything that was going down for a reason.
These are very bad.
And I are about to buy a house, and you guys paid off your mortgage faster. How did you do it?
Well, it's not as difficult as it sounds. What we did is we took the 30-year mortgage. Now, the reason we did that is because then your monthly payment is so much less. During the year, if you make one additional monthly payment somewhere along the line, it can be one big payment or 12 small payments. But if you make an extra payment every year, that comes straight off the principal, not the interest, and it will cut your loan down from 30 years to 17.
This only really works in the US, by the way, because they have like fixed mortgage rates that don't need to be renewed every like 2 to 4 years, so this might work depending where you live. Thanks for the donation though, less is more.
Opportunity that there was a non-chemical related attack.
By Assad's forces, or
they didn't insinuate who could have been responsible for the open avenue of a non-chemical related attack. The investigation was compromised by OPCW executives before that could have taken place.
Okay, we'll get to that. Don't worry. Okay, so your argument then is that there was no chemical weapons attack, but there may have been a conventional attack.
No, that's not what I just said. Were indicative of a chlorine attack. Is that what you're saying?
For the corpses, the fact that they were foaming at the mouth, that is absolutely consistent with the symptoms of chlorine death and not like trauma or like shelling. Yes. No, being shelled will not cause that.
So that would be consistent with a mass chlorine attack, like what we've seen happen in previous world wars, where you have huge clouds of chlorine that are consuming regions of war for hours on end. It's not indicative of what took place here. And according to the toxicologists, who are again,
it is hilarious when Vosh debates people that are so fucking unhinged. He looks like the extremely literate, well-versed, sensible one. ABC, donate $2. Good luck paying off your mortgage in Australia before the age of 65. Well, yeah, Australia and Canada, I think, are like the two worst. Like the only places that are worse are like maybe Hong Kong or something. But there's no fucking way I'm going to commit to buying a home and getting a mortgage at this point. Home prices are probably close to 4x what they should be. Why would I try to get a mortgage on a property that's worth 4 times more what it really should be, just due to like weird inflationary factors, like just a lack of homes being built, supply and demand shortage, speculator market. Because so much of the economy in Canada now is reliant on just property. Now there's like a huge speculator market and shit for it. Why would I do that and pay way more than I should? You're just going to lose money. So yeah, it's dumb. I'm just going to wait as long as I need to for home prices to come down, and then, I might buy then. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
So as he grew, we definitely had to learn a lot more about his care to ensure that we were giving him the happiest and healthiest life. 75% of Tiptoe's diet is grass and hay. The grass we usually cut from our front lawn, and then we get a big thing of hay off of Amazon that lasts us about a month or so.
Oh my
Dark
god,
leafy
look at him
greens
eating
are
those
high
bell
in vitamin
peppers.
A.
Oh, look at him. He loves his
And
lettuce.
C, and some of Tiptoe's favorites are dandelion.
Oh my god. I fucking love turts. Turts are great.
Administration, Biden pushes Congress for last-minute $24 billion Ukraine support package. Okay, I mean, this is bold. I like this idea, but Not sure what the point of this request is. It's highly unlikely that Congress is going to pass this during the lame duck session, and if they're going to pass another supplemental, it should be crafted to both decisively end the war and adequately fill the DoD. I don't think Congress is going to vote on or approve this. I think if there's some if there's some kind of negotiation and Trump wants to escalate, he'll ask Congress for a vote. But it's interesting. I mean, you might as well ask and have Speaker Johnson go on record as saying, no, I'm not going to do this prior to January 20th. So we tried. Who opposes this? Tesla owner Musk criticizes Biden's initiative for an additional $24 billion in military aid to Ukraine. Biden has requested another $24 billion. Elon Musk on Twitter all day, every day. This is not okay. So why does Elon Musk hate Ukraine so much and support the Russians so much? And there's lots of speculation. Ukraine's mineral resources, valued at $15 trillion, are a prime goal for the Russians. We're going to get the truth someday. I'm sure there's going to be some tell-all books, some crazy books released over the next 4 to 6 years, giving the truth of why Elon Musk has gone absolutely insane and put all his chips on Russia when Russia's not going to win this war. We'll find out together, guys. In the meantime, the United States readies their next military aid package worth $725 million. This is from the funds appropriated by Congress last year, but this, like every city that the Russians approach, it's completely demolished. I'll link this video down below. This is an aerial drone video, but this is all Russia knows how to do. Destroy everything and kill everyone. Let's get to the bad news for Russia. Russia claims Ukraine's drones and missiles attacked Crimea. Explosion near the airfield. Once again, this is the Belbek airfield, and Ukraine has attacked this at least 6 or 7 times over the last 3 years. I can't imagine what Russia is doing out of this airfield when I don't think they can protect it anymore. I don't think Russia has the air defense systems to properly protect the port city of Sevastopol, which is why they've pulled all their ships out. All their ships have relocated to...
I remember my dad's mom paid off her mortgage, I think, like 2 years before she died. It was really, really soon after she paid off her mortgage that she died. I remember that.
To at least Feodosia
it was
or
only like
Novorossiysk,
a few years.
Or they're hiding in the Sea of
only
Azov.
2.
I can't show violence, but I'll link this video down below. This video is pretty shocking to watch. This is a first-person view of a drone that slams into a supply truck. These are probably troops being rotated from position to position. And you first see the drone go in, hit the truck. You then have GoPro video on the ground from the side of the Russians as they're trying to collect their wounded and dead from the truck. This is happening all day, every day, on every axis of the front. Without Ukraine mastering these FPV drones, especially last year, Russia might have overtaken Ukraine by now. The Western allies just can't provide enough artillery to hold back these attacks. But these FPV drones, this is the future of warfare. And it's horrifying to watch. I will link this down below. Blizzard of the century blankets Far East Russia, Amur region. This is going to be the story of the next 3 months. It's not even December yet, but we're going to get these cascades of utility failures again. Russia's major cities, entire apartment blocks, they're going to be without heat, electricity, and running water due to the cold breaking down their civil infrastructure. Russia's not maintaining it, they're not upgrading it. It was kind of junk when it was built 40 years ago, but we'll see. We'll see if the Russian people reach a breaking point and they just can't take it anymore. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Germany has allocated $68 million to restore Ukraine's energy sector. Germany have allocated $2.1 million to support energy resilience for small businesses as well. People who say they get paid on the first. Various happened. And when I was watching this video with Jackson Hinkle, Solyov announced that he was running a fundraiser on his channel as well. Let me read this for you. Let me remind you that we're continuing our fundraiser. Our plans were ambitious. 50 million rubles in 2 weeks. Do you know how much 50 million rubles is? It's now less.
It's like $10.
Than $500,000. So Solyov, with the power of the Russian state and the Kremlin behind him, did a channel fundraiser, and it was half of what our fundraiser was. That's pretty cool. He continues, I'll read this. Thanks to all who are supporting us. Every ruble that you send to our fund goes to purchase equipment and all sorts of machinery, scopes, communication devices, motorcycles, everything our soldiers need. Solyov is a decamillionaire. He personally owns 5 villas just in Italy that he can no longer visit. They've probably been seized and they're probably going to be auctioned off, so I guess he lost that money. But if you've got the spare change laying around to buy 5 villas in Italy, I think only fundraising $500,000 on your state TV channel is kind of sad, Russia. Now, concerning a donation, I want to clarify. People sometimes send me money on other platforms, and I just want these people to know I do donate it to the fundraiser. Hey, this is Jake Bro. Here's a donation to cover funds given to me through other platforms. Let me read some of these other comments. Here's Tobias, $21.
Well, that's all good news.
I'm grooming, I'm into... seconds. When you blink your eyes, it takes 0.10 to 0.40 seconds. For you to initiate a defensive action, it takes about half a second. And so the mathematics of knife defense is impossible. Even if you see it coming and you initiate a defense, the likelihood of you being successful at it is very low. Think about this. What percentage of the world's population do you think does martial arts?
Less than 1%?
Less than 1%. What percent of knife attack survivors do you think have done any kind of martial arts training? It's not even in the, right? So a vast majority of people who survive knife attacks have absolutely no training in whatsoever. Luck has almost everything to do with it. Now, does training improve our odds of survivability? Yes. It's what kind of training matters. Let me paint you another picture. You watch football, you watch the Swedish football team. Okay. Yeah. So when that goalkeeper is standing on that line, do you think that that goalkeeper is seeing that ball travel in midair, processing the spin trajectory, and then at the last moment making a dive?
Definitely not.
Definitely not. So how are they able to make saves? What information?
So it has to be some kind of prediction, right? It can't be a reaction.
Right.
So they look at the body language.
Body language,
right?
Good.
And of course they're drawing from experience.
Drawing from experience, good.
And luck.
And a little bit of luck, all of those things. So it's the lead up, it's the moments before the kick, it's the last point of contact to the ball. So that's all knife defense is. It's a probability judgment based on the information that you can gather in a split second.
It's much less about the actual techniques than it is about the things preceding the technique.
Exactly. Now the thing is, whenever I say something like this, you know, it can be a little bit offensive because yes, technique matters, right? But so does strength. So
why didn't you like COD 6 Story? It's boring, the gameplay sucked. They just lazily included like zombies and what's the open world kind of thing? They basically just had multiplayer game modes as single player missions. Super lazy, just really boring.
So there's speed, and those things I can't control.
Right.
If you're a big, strong linebacker, and I'm a 62-year-old woman, it doesn't matter how much detailed technique and instruction that I've received. It doesn't matter how good that technique is. I'm not going to be able to pull it off against you. Does that make sense? So a successful goalkeeper, how many times must they save the ball out of 10 penalty shots for them to be considered a really good goalkeeper?
Oh, I'm not a huge football or soccer fan.
In baseball.
Well, if you love tortoises so much, VG, you will hate this then.
Now to a disturbing crime in the...
Pet tortoise stabbed? Oh my god, I'm not watching that. I hope the guy who hurt that tortoise suffers immensely. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If you have a .3 batting average, if you hit 3 times out of 10, you're getting paid a lot of money.
Really?
You're considered successful.
Okay.
So in knife defense, whenever I see people successfully defend in a demo 100% of the times, I begin to think that's an unrealistic expectation.
Should you expect to get cut?
I hear this all the time, right? In a knife fight, you will get cut.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah. So I think that's a defeatist mentality, right? And if we study CCTV videos, you certainly see that people get cut, but you also see people not getting cut. It's like, but if I say, hey, look, if you're gonna get in a boxing match, expect to get punched. Fine. Right?
I think the few occasions where somebody doesn't actually get cut in a knife fight is likely because the knife the person's using is really bad. It's not an actual good combat knife. It's like some sort of utility knife that they're using, and they're incompetent.
That makes sense.
Probably.
And I think the reason people say...
I actually had a fucking friend that was in my Call of Duty, clan with, who got attacked by a guy with a knife, but he had a really shitty pocket knife. The guy tried to stab him, and the knife folded in and cut off 2 of his fingers. And then he ran away, and he left his fingers behind.
Elon slanders congressman who calls Musk out for his communication with Putin.
Let's see. Vindman is on the payroll of Ukrainian oligarchs and has committed treason against the United States, which will... What? Like, dude, especially at this point, it's obvious Russia's gonna lose. There has to be something to this. There has to be some weird, like, business relationship that Russia has with some Russian oligarch or something. Like, super weird. Elon, here you go again, making false and completely unfounded accusations without providing any specific. That's a good response. But that's the kind of response one would expect from a conspiracy theorist. What oligarch? What treason? Let me help you out with the facts. I don't take / have never taken any money from oligarchs, Ukrainian or otherwise. I do run a non-profit foundation, the Here Right Matters Foundation, to help Ukraine defend itself from Russia unprovoked attack. Served in the military. Like, Elon Musk is retarded, but there has to be a reason for why he's doing this retarded shit. I'm sure it will come out eventually, but he has to have some sort of relationship or be getting money or something from somewhere inside of Russia. It's just so strange that he'd be doing this. Because he's a narcissist. He only cares about himself. Why would he be trying to defend Russia and help Russia win? There has to be some sort of personal advantage to himself. He's not someone who cares about other people. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
You will get cut or expect to get cut is that they don't want you to be shocked by.
Would I be good at boxing? Probably, I think so. I was doing jiu-jitsu and kickboxing. I was definitely much better at jiu-jitsu compared to kickboxing.
And that
there is a jiu-jitsu place fairly close to me. I might start doing it. Might even start doing it over the winter. I don't know if I'll wait till the spring.
The philosophy is to continue fighting. Yeah.
What are some of those things we could be looking out for if we are about to get attacked?
100%. So this is important. These are called pre-attack indicators, and they're more or less universal.
Yeah.
All right. So one of those things is called indexing. So if we're having an argument right here, and you see me doing this, right? Yeah. You're
like you're searching.
Like, well, it's called scanning the environment. So what am I doing when I'm scanning the environment?
Yeah.
Grooming.
Oh man, I'm already feeling it.
Yeah.
You're about to attack me.
Oh boy. We're talking, and then
it's just like what you said about people who harm sweet little animals online like this, whether it be poncho dogs or in this case tortoises.
Yeah. I really wish it was legal to just shoot these scumbags. Like, if you're driving and you see somebody abandoning a dog by the side of the road, I wish you could just shoot them. If you find out your neighbor is, like, breeding dogs like pit bulls so that they could do dog fights, you should be able to just shoot them. Like, why let them live, you know? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Then I do this. I blade my body.
Oh, like this.
First we're talking.
Yeah, you're open.
And then I'm like, bro.
Oh, you're loading up that.
Boom. Most people are what? Left-handed or right-handed?
Right-handed.
Most.
Yes.
So the power is on the right side.
Yeah.
So
I know something's about to go down.
Goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right.
So it's based on the totality of but your emotional state. Maybe you just had an argument with somebody and you're just not thinking straight. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night.
Or didn't have my coffee.
Yeah, you didn't. Probably
river-
this.
Yeah.
Right? So that's where training can kind of have a place.
Yes.
But what does that mean felt more real? This is not a realistic attack.
No, it
is
was still slow, but you added more of the kind of body language I would expect from a real fight.
Yeah. You know why that's really important?
Tell me.
Because parts of our response has become instinctive.
When you don't have to think about it?
Quickly.
Yes, because I'm not even thinking.
You're not even
It's just instinct.
Right. Go get a 2-on-1 control.
A 2-on-1 control.
Any 2-on-1.
Like that.
That's 2-on-1.
Yeah.
What's another 2-on-1 control? Maybe a Russian tug.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Maybe an
Nah, I don't really play chess. Used to play when I was much younger, but don't play anymore. Thanks for that donation, Sigmund Freud.
inside 2-on-1 control.
Or
Would that be
Sigmund
okay?
Freud.
Oh, yeah, like an arm drag.
Something like that.
Ah,
okay?
okay.
So initial strike, initial stop,
Yeah.
2-on-1 control.
Yes.
Good. From here, my job is to conduct a knife switch. I'm going to switch it to the other hand.
I stop. I do a control.
Good. Now, look, this is a terrible position for me. We can use this to work your 2-on-1 control.
Right,
How
right.
good is your 2-on-1 control?
Yeah.
Well, because we are in a dynamic drill, we're collaborative. You help me get a little bit. Now I got my knife switch.
Ooh.
Now we loop. Initial strike, initial stop, 2-on-1 control, go.
Okay, I try something different.
Try it.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Oh, my back is exposed.
But look, this
I'm
can
done.
happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I said, okay, Jesse, first let's get into this position.
Yeah.
Then let's get into this position.
Yeah.
It would take us forever.
Yeah.
But this process allows us to explore the totality. Initial strike, initial stop, pin. Oh, good one. Now check this out. Same rules. Now you can pin it to me or the ground. This is going to be a... Why are we in this position? This is...
Wow.
That's a good workout. A proper technique.
14 months of fighting that saw an estimated 3,700 people killed in Lebanon, 126 killed in Israel, and hundreds of thousands of people displaced from their homes, a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel is now in effect. In a statement last night announcing this ceasefire, U.S. President Joe Biden said, quote, "I want to be clear. Israel did not initiate this war. The Lebanese people did not want this war either, and neither did the United States. Hezbollah forced this war." So today we're going to dive into what we know so far about this ceasefire agreement, some reactions from around the world, and then what to expect going forward. So let's get into it. Now, just before the ceasefire went into effect, both sides did carry.
If murder was legal like The Purge, who's at the top of your hit list?
I don't know, like Penguin Zero. Relay Link. Really don't like those two people. Guess I'd also take out, like, politicians I don't like. Putin for sure, if I could get to him. Frank Tefano. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Carry out kind of their last military operations of this phase of the fighting and hopefully of this war entirely. Hezbollah launched rockets about an hour before the ceasefire went into effect, and Israel actually carried out a pretty significant operation, striking the headquarters and chain of command of Hezbollah's aerial unit 127, which they say eliminated key leaders like Jafar Ali Samaha, the unit's operations officer. Now, Israel says that this specific unit receives UAVs, or drones, cruise missiles, and other components from Iran, as well as direct training from the IRGC, all designed to be implemented in attacks against Israel. And that Israeli attack was like mere moments before the ceasefire went into effect. Now, diving into the terms of the agreement as laid out by the BBC, they say U.S. President Joe Biden told reporters that the agreement was designed to be a permanent ceasefire. That's notable. The goal here is for the fighting to stop entirely, not just for a short period of time, like what we've seen in past Gaza ceasefires. Now, under the terms of this specific ceasefire, over 60 days, Hezbollah will remove its fighters and weapons from the...
Donate $2. What about the guy who stabbed the tortoise? Well, yeah, definitely him too. Yeah, I'd take him out if I could. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Area between the Blue Line, the unofficial border between Lebanon and Israel, and the Litani River, about 30 kilometers to the north. Notably, yesterday, Israel actually put out some pictures and videos showing their forces crossing the Litani River for the first time since this war began. So Israeli forces have made it that far north, at least in some portions of the front. And in looking at this map, I think something that we often miss when trying to understand this war, it was not one unified front that Israel was moving all across southern Lebanon. There were certain areas they pushed in and others where they really didn't move across the border hardly at all. Now, according to this ceasefire, Hezbollah fighters will be replaced by 5,000 Lebanese army forces in that area who will ensure that infrastructure or weaponry is removed and that it cannot be rebuilt. Over those same 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces from Lebanese territory.
Does Destiny know that Nathan debated you? You should tell him, if not, and get him to react to it. And then while Destiny reacts, Discord DM Nathan and tell him to nerf gun him in the head, and then Nathan can say that's for being a piece of shit. Lol.
I was actually thinking of buying him a really good airsoft gun to shoot Destiny with. I don't think Destiny's streaming right now. I was hoping he'd be online because I was going to tell him about it. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Is Dr. Avi Jewish?
His last name is Avi, so I think it's pretty obvious. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Yeah, he ain't streaming right now.
The U.S. and France will join the existing mechanism, which involves UNIFIL, Lebanon, and Israel, which will be charged with monitoring violations. And then the U.S. official said, quote, there will be no U.S. combat troops in the area, but there will be military support for the Lebanese armed forces, as we've done in the past. But in this case, it'll typically be done with the Lebanese army and in conjunction with the French military as well. Response from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel would maintain full freedom of military action in Lebanon with the full understanding of the United States, adding that if Hezbollah violates the agreement and tries to arm itself, we will attack. If it tries to rebuild terrorist infrastructure near the border, we will attack. If it launches rockets, if it digs a tunnel, if it brings in trucks carrying rockets, we will attack. So a couple key thoughts there, just personal assessment. I'm not super confident in the Lebanese army's ability to, force Hezbollah out. Well, Hezbollah is out at this point, so keeping them out is a serious ask, and we'll see how that actually works out. But it's something, and at this point, it looks like this is kind of a new way to put into effect UN Resolution 1701, which was supposed to be enforced already. When this is all said and done, you're going to get back to
I measured my biceps a week or two ago, and I think they were either 18 or 18 and a half.
To essentially that same agreement. Israeli forces out of Lebanon, Hezbollah out of the southern portion of the country, kind of the status quo of what it was supposed to be for quite a while now. Oh, hey, did you know that 77% of people said they were planning to take action against this specific threat in the next 12 months? I have. What are you waiting for? Now, I regularly mention how whether we like it or not, we're all targets in the information war, and this is part of that. So you, me, my family, yours, we're all targets of data brokers who purchase information like our home address, phone numbers, medical records, and more for any reason at all, which should be a little concerning. Now, the companies selling our data don't even care what it's being used for, or honestly, who's buying it. So Security.org ran a recent study where they found that 88% of adults are concerned about who has access to their personal information online, but only 6% had taken any sort of steps to protect themselves. And that's where tools like Delete Me come in, and the sponsor of today's video, and ceasefire consumer plans. Now, real quick, I want to bring up a statement put out yesterday by U.S. Senator Ted Cruz about why this ceasefire agreement was reached now, of all times. He said, quote, Obama-Biden officials pressured our Israeli allies into accepting a ceasefire by withholding weapons they needed to defend themselves and counter Hezbollah, and by threatening to facilitate a further, broader, binding international arms embargo through the United Nations. Maybe, right? That's not something that's been made officially public at any point. But if that was the case, it would, understand why, of all times right now, Israel says, okay, fine, we'll go about implementing a ceasefire. Because by a lot of measures, and we'll get into this here in a moment, Israel had the upper hand kind of across the board when it came to the ongoing war with Hezbollah. Senator Cruz continued in a statement saying Obama-Biden officials are already trying to use Israel's acceptance of the ceasefire to ensure that Hezbollah and other Iranian terrorist groups remain intact across Lebanon and to limit Israel's future freedom of action and self-defense. Look, personal assessment, I think that's a bridge too far. There's plenty of criticism to be had for this and any administration around any actions they take around the world. I think the biggest pushback against the Biden administration related to this, well, related to any conflicts at this point, is the fear of escalation has kind of handicapped us and our allies in terms of being able to take the actions that may be needed to actually bring about a quick close to these conflicts. I personally think it's maybe a bit much to say that the goal of any U.S. administration is to ensure the survival of Iranian terrorist proxy groups. But either way, I thought that was worth bringing up. Now, I think it's worth spending a minute or two looking at kind of key war aims here and how this is being presented, because this is being spun in a lot of different ways right now, and more on that here in a minute. But when we look at Hezbollah, the primary reason that they kicked off this wave of violence on October 8th, the day after the October 7th Hamas massacre, the reason Hezbollah entered this fight at all was to support Hamas in Gaza. In fact, over the course of the last year, their leader, previous leader, before he was killed, Hassan Nasrallah, regularly in his statement said there will never be a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah until there is a ceasefire in Gaza. That is 100% what they tied this conflict to. It is the reason over and over and over again why they said they were fighting. Clearly that didn't play out because now we have a Hezbollah ceasefire and there's not any sort of ceasefire in place in Gaza. Now, looking at the Israeli war aims, they're quite a bit different. So from day one, the big picture Israeli war aims have been focused on an end state in Gaza, talking about getting the hostages back, making sure that an October 7th style attack doesn't ever happen again, that Hamas is beaten to the point of not really posing a threat to Israeli territory. A couple months ago, Netanyahu and leaders inside of Israel added to their key war aims a condition that they needed to be able to return residents of the north safely to their homes. We're talking about 90,000 or so Israeli citizens who've been evacuated from the north, displaced from their homes for over a year now. That is, by and large, the war aim up north. There was nothing ever at any point about taking territory in Lebanon, about pushing Hezbollah back to any specific point, or certainly not the elimination of Hezbollah entirely. There may have been people that felt that way and wanted to do that, but when you're talking about official war aims laid out by an organization, it was never in there at all. So in terms of did the two sides get what they wanted here, it's hard to say that Hezbollah did by any stretch of the imagination. Israel, maybe. What we have to wait and see is when and if the displaced citizens will be able to return home safely, if they'll feel comfortable moving back up into those northern communities. If they do, then I would say that Israel achieved their war aims in the north. Now, based off what we've seen at this point, it's pretty clear that Israel came out on top in this wave of fighting. I mean, again, Israel has essentially eliminated all of Hezbollah's leadership structure. They've made clear the depth of the Israeli intelligence penetration into Hezbollah's operations, which has been pretty wild. I mean, going back not just to the pager operation, but from the opening days of this war.
My biceps were, it's hard to measure it on your own, but they were between 18 and a half without a pump.
Israel was pretty easily able to target and eliminate senior Hezbollah figures that hadn't been seen sometimes in years. So the intelligence assets that Israel has within the Hezbollah organization came to light, and it probably was pretty shocking for a lot of people, not just in Hezbollah, but across the Iranian axis of resistance. Additionally, throughout southern Lebanon, Israel has destroyed countless tunnels and missile and rocket.
Look at my gum. He's a big, handsome boy. Mwah. You're so big and handsome. Love you, Gum. Mwah. You're my special kitty. Love you so much. You're so big and soft.
Rocket firing points. We've lost track of how many weapons from Hezbollah they've seized and destroyed. So all in, all things considered, what we've seen over the last month and a half here has been the most dangerous and capable arm of the Iranian axis of resistance that's been pretty well neutered. all things considered, which I think is worth talking about for a minute, because a longstanding assessment, one that I was fully on board with, and I think, from my understanding, was widely held by a lot of officials in Israel, was that any war with Hezbollah would quickly result in possibly thousands of Israeli casualties as rockets and missiles rained down from Lebanon. Now, that didn't happen, and I think it just shows how successful the Israeli operation has been here start to finish. In fact, I have a feeling that we're going to come back and look at this and be able to dissect it even more and really get an understanding of how, effective what Israel did in the north really was. So Hezbollah has been preparing for this fight with Israel for years, and Israel largely dismantled their entire organization while sustaining, all things considered, relatively few casualties. And, of course, the air defense aspect is worth bringing up here. This war, as well as what we've seen play out in Ukraine, I think has really hammered home to people that air defense is never 100%. There's always going to be things that get through. It's the case in Ukraine.
DD Donatella's new protein recommendations debunked.
How much protein do you need?
Don't really care, dude. Whatchamacall...
That finds no benefits of protein intakes for lean body.
If Kamala Harris, under pressure from the left wing of the Dem Party, supported legislation to stop funding Israel, would you have supported Trump?
Yeah, I might have. Thanks for the donation, Sigmund Fraud.
Mass, but a lot of fat loss, it will register as a very are based on a handful of studies. The graph goes up to 3.1 gram per kilogram in terms of results for strength trainees, but the actual data in many cases don't. The highest assigned protein intake, so it doesn't mean you actually consumed it, was 240 grams, with only one other study group actually having a protein intake assigned above 200 grams. So if we extrapolate these results to individuals with higher body weights, like me, I'm 200 pounds, then you would get way higher protein intakes. I would have to consume like 300 gram protein based on these results. You have to be very careful extrapolating these results of mostly individuals with lower body weights to strength trainees that they actually did not present their data. The graph you see is just the theoretical graph of the model. It's what the model expects the relationship to be between protein intake and lean body mass or fat-free mass. And the model indeed found that when you controlled for weight change, the effect on untrained individuals dropped to 1.3 gram per kilogram per day. This was called an inflection point. Afterwards, there was still a significant effect in the analysis, like a significantly positive. The relationship essentially becomes statistically insignificant. And we found that this was at 1.6 gram per kilogram per day. Another clearly nonsensical outcome of the model was that the relationship between the amount of supplemental protein and lean body mass gains made no sense. Lean body mass gains, as you can see in the graph here, actually went down a little bit up to supplemental protein intakes up to about 0.5 gram per kilogram per day. Only after that point did they increase. So this would say that if you supplement a little bit of protein, it's going to hurt your gains. And then if you start supplementing a lot of protein, it's going to be good for your gains. Obviously, that makes no sense. This graph a breakpoint analysis without reporting R-squared estimates, without reporting how well the model actually fit the data, or showing graphs of how well their model fit the data, is also made a little bit harder by the fact that the researchers confused muscle mass and lean body mass in the title of their paper. In the title, they say they are studying muscle mass, but then they are actually studying lean body mass in their results. This is not just a semantic issue, because they also studied people that don't lift. In people that don't lift, you can certainly not assume that lean body mass equals muscle mass. Extra safe, I typically add a standard deviation of error to the estimate of what is already the...
Okay. Thanks for that donation, DD.
And it 100% has been the case in Israel. I mean, just within the last couple days, Hezbollah rockets, missiles, and drones have penetrated Israeli air defense. It's not impermeable. However, that's never the expectation. 100%.
RFK impression.
Gummy, can you calm down? Stop having zoomies. No more zooms. RFK impression. Gamino. Gamino. Okay, get off my desk. Get off my desk. Get off my desk. Get off my desk. Oh my god, dude. People have been criticizing me for eating McDonald's after I said the McDonald's is killing our children. What people don't understand is that I need that processed garbage to kill the brain worms. The sons of bitches just get so strong and overpower my mind when I eat fruits and vegetables. So I need that processed garbage so that the brain worms don't take over. God, last time I went on a vegan diet, the brain worms were telling me, kill Trump, kill him. It took everything I had to hold back and not pull out my gun to kill Trump. That's why I had the McDonald's with Trump on that airplane, so I wouldn't take over the plane and kill us all. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Percent success rate is just not how air defense works. The goal of air defense in this or any conflict is to stop enough enemy munitions so you can continue to execute the war through to your desired end state. And, that's kind of what we saw here, right? Munitions were getting through the Iron Dome in the north. They were striking targets throughout Israeli territory, but it was never enough to stop or really even slow Israeli offensive operations to the point where they could eventually overwhelm the entirety of the Hezbollah organization. And that's, I think, a really important takeaway here. Now, turning to some reactions around the world, which have been interesting, we're really going to focus in on kind of the Hezbollah allies here, because I think this is the most important. And if, on social media, there's kind of been some wild ones have been tagged in countless videos at this point of people explaining, exactly why this was a devastating defeat for Israel and Hezbollah got everything they wanted out of this war, which is genuinely hard to understand. But you can kind of see where it's coming from here when you look at some of the reactions. So Hamas put out a statement saying, quote, "The great sacrifices and convoys of great martyrs presented by the resistance in Lebanon increase the resistance's steadfastness, rootedness, and determination to continue on the path of resistance until victory is achieved." That was like the most tamped down version of everything. My gut says that Hamas from October 7th on has been pretty frustrated that Hezbollah hasn't really done more to affect the ongoing war in Gaza, and now Hezbollah is backing out. So I don't think Hamas is happy with this. Turning over to Islamic Jihad, another major organization in the Gaza Strip, they sent over a congratulatory message saying, "God willing, we will remain one line and one resistance until victory." The Houthis down in Yemen said, quote, "Lebanon was able to achieve a new victory by repelling this aggression and thwarting its malicious goals. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon has only increased its roots, strength, and solidarity through its great sacrifices. It has excelled in its jihadist operations, which have escalated in quantity and quality until it forced the Zionist enemy and its American sponsor to move towards a ceasefire agreement." You're kind of seeing that, Hezbollah was so successful that Israel and the United States was forced to come to the table. And then Hezbollah Brigade, so this is a militia organization in Iraq and Syria, part of the Iranian Axis of Resistance. They said, quote, "The ceasefire between the two fronts of the conflict in Lebanon and the Zionist entity would not have been possible without the steadfastness of Hezbollah's fighters and the inability of the Zionists to achieve their goals. Thus, the decision was purely Lebanese." Now, this is one of those things where I'm not entirely sure how much it matters when I see, posts on X or videos on TikTok or Instagram that get hundreds of thousands or millions of views and likes, and they're saying something that just doesn't match with the reality on the ground. I don't know how much that matters, but it is a part of the ongoing information war, so I think it's worth recognizing, right? I've not seen a lot of Israelis necessarily present this as a victory. I think a lot of folks that I've seen felt like Hezbollah was on the ropes and there was still more to be done before actually calling it quits up north. But we're seeing a lot of Hezbollah supporters and Hamas supporters at this point write this as an entire, very clear victory for Hezbollah and Hamas. Now, turning to what we should expect going forward here, I've got a couple different takes, optimistic and pessimistic. We'll start with the optimistic because it's the day before Thanksgiving, so why not? So the optimistic take here is that this removes really the most significant northern threat to Israel, as well as Israel's allies, kind of allowing them for the first time since October 7th to focus their efforts on ending the war in Gaza, getting their hostages home, and possibly ensuring some form of lasting peace. Maybe Hezbollah being the first group in this axis of resistance to agree to any sort of ceasefire.
Do a Chima scream from the Big Les show.
I'm not doing that. I'm not just screaming. Thanks for the donation, though, Hider. Like, that's just stupid. Dodo donate $2.
Have you ever seen this round spinning thing on buildings' rooftops? So what is it for and how does it work? Well, they are called whirlybirds, and you might have noticed that these are mostly installed on top of warehouses and factories. That's because these places usually have a lot of people working inside, and all this activity generates a lot of heat and humidity. So these ventilators are installed to vent out all that heat. But the coolest part is that they work entirely without electricity. That's because they are so lightweight that even a gentle breeze or rising hot air can spin them and pull the heat out. Have you ever seen this round spinning thing on buildings' rooftops?
That's interesting.
This is how to make watermelon sorbet with only 3 ingredients, and it's completely animal-based. Watermelon, honey, and lime. Pretty good.
That is not animal-based. Yeah, I've seen that. Walls is a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Long-term ceasefire with Israel opens the door for other organizations like Hamas to possibly do the same. That's the optimistic take, is that this is kind of the peak and we're going to see a tapering down of the violence, if you will. The pessimistic take, which is, I guess, pessimistic depending on how you look at it, is that this might be clearing the path for increased direct action strikes against Iran once President-elect Trump takes office. So, of course, it's no secret that Iran is directly behind Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and the rest of the Axis of Resistance.
Gummy, no.
And a major concern for a long time has been
Gummy,
any sort
no.
of Israeli...
Gummy. No, Gum. Get off my desk. Get off. Oh my God.
Iranian war would see Hezbollah take significant action on the northern front. Now, with that threat largely eliminated, or at least now being monitored by U.S. and French forces, maybe Israel sees an opening to where they can go after the source of this issue, Iran, and strike them directly without the concern that they may have had even just 2 months ago of what Hezbollah would have done in response. Now, the reason that I mention that in the pessimistic camp is I understand a lot of folks would argue that that needs to be done. Iran needs to be dealt with, and just taking out these proxies one by one doesn't really solve the problem. I got it. The reason I put this in the pessimistic camp is because in that case, we're essentially talking about more fighting, more war, rather than any sort of real or lasting peace. Now, something that's kind of
echo chamber of the internet.
For Fuentes.
Gummy, yes. You can go on his desk. He'll allow it. Richard, now pick him up and put him on her desk. Bitch, you do what I say. Also play Shenmue soon, hurry UOP, let's go.
I suppose we can play Shenmue now. Why not? I'm just gonna go give Gum some food. And then we'll play Shenmue. Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'll be right back in a minute. I'm just gonna give Gummy his cat snacks. Were you pulling? Oh my god. He pulled down my fucking microphone thing. Jesus. Gummy, you are very troublesome. Yeah, you're a troublesome kid. You gotta learn not to whack at everything. I'm gonna get you your goddamn cat snack, you son of a bitch. Pellets. Yeah, come on. Yeah, I like cat pellets. There you go. There's your goddamn cat pellets, you son of a bitch. Oh. Okay, Shenmue time. I gotta put the trainers on. Yeah, so Osquai, plants don't have fully formed vitamin A, but they do have provitamin A carotenoids. They don't have retinol specifically, but they have provitamin A carotenoids. They also do contain B6. They don't contain B12. Some plants do contain vitamin D. There's no such thing as vitamin F. Plants do contain K2.
From a distant
taurine,
land in the east.
what the fuck? Taurine is not an essential amino acid, and you can just supplement it, and there's hardly any creatine in meat. Again, in order to get a efficacious dose of creatine, you'd need to supplement. SS don't need tellers. Any tips to progress on isolation movements? Same idea with any other exercise. Find it really hard to add reps to my bicep curls, and I track everything and train pretty much to failure. Any tips? Well, you're not going to be able to progress your... You're not going to be able to progress a bicep curl like you can a bench press. It just takes longer. So it's... yeah. You're not going to be able to add like a rep or 5 pounds week to week. Just takes a long time. Thanks for the donation though, SS. Dodo donate tellers. How much I need to donate for you to play without trainers? I want to see you get mad with fighting mechanics don't work and you lose fights. I pay $5. I don't think you could possibly pay me enough money to do that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. What the fuck is this? Centery Road.
This must be Sonari Road. What's this? A pair of red snakes. Could they have brought Mr. Yuan here? I should go talk to someone at that shrine. Did they wreck this place too?
I don't really track my macros, dude. I don't know how many fucking grams of carbs I eat a day. I'm not like an autistic retard.
How dare you come again! Take this!
God damn it. No, food was not safer years ago.
How dare you come again! Take this!
Damn it.
How dare you come again! Take this! You thug!
You got the wrong guy.
Lies! I know you're with the red snakes!
Red snakes? Hold on. I'm looking for those guys.
What?
Can you tell me what happened here?
I'm sorry. I've made a grave mistake.
What did those jerks do?
The red snakes, they came here and barged into Liu Jiao Shrine. And then they stole the shrine's treasure.
They don't know when to stop.
It's a treasure that has been kept at this shrine for many, many years.
I'd like to ask you about the boat. The one at the pier over there.
The red snakes came here on that boat a while back.
Did you see them?
Yes, I did see them. And I saw them dragging 2 men along with them.
I knew it. Mr. Yun was here. Did you see where they went?
That way.
I see.
And if you've got time, please have a look at the shrine in the back.
Huh?
This is an absolutely beautiful shrine. People who visit often leave offerings with their names on them. The red snakes haven't managed to tear up the inside. Feel free to have a look.
Oh.
This is...
Any tellers, I love when they make you check every single postcard on a wall or letter on a wall for 5 minutes. That is such a fun part of the game, isn't it? Yeah, the forklifting might have been better. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. He's nowhere on here. I don't think he's anywhere on here. Unless I missed one, but... Like, the idea here is that Shenhua's father put his name on this, but... Unless there's, like, another fucking wall. Don't see shit. What a bitch, making me waste my time like that.
I'm really sorry about earlier.
It's okay.
Please take this as an apology.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
I'm Shirling. Ling Shirling.
I'm Ryo Hazuki. It's nice to meet you, Shirling.
When you decide to deal with those red snakes, please let me know.
I'd rather not get you involved.
But I cannot forgive them for what they did. I want to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I know how you must feel.
Shenhua's a lot hotter. They went this way. Anonymous Stony Tellers, would you rather play Shenmue only for the rest of your life or cut an arm off? I think I'd rather play Shenmue.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
We sell fish here. If you want snakes, find a snake shop.
I'm looking for some thugs that call themselves the Red Snakes.
I can't help you there.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me.
I'll be right with you.
Have you seen any red snakes around here?
I will find a member of our staff for you. One moment, please.
Where can I find him?
Right over there, sir.
Thank you. I'll go ask. Excuse me.
Hello. If you want to win some, you gotta dim some.
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
I do not allow people like them to enter my shop.
Really?
Much has happened, but you don't have to worry about them here.
Okay, thanks. Looks like I can't get through here.
Oh. CDG donate $2. Have you seen my mind around here? I lost it after watching Shenpu for too long, thanks. Yeah, this game is something else. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Duck Heaven. These are some nice ducks. Don't see any thugs around here, though. That stupid bitch said the thugs came this way.
Excuse me.
Looking for something?
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
The red snakes. I've heard of them. Haven't seen them.
Okay. Thanks. Excuse me.
Need something?
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
Red snakes? You mean those thugs? Can't imagine them ever coming here to fish.
Okay, thanks.
Why in the fuck did she say they went up here? She said they went up here, and there's, like, nothing around here. What a cunt. Can I talk to this random bitch? No. Maybe there's something... else around here? Maybe we can take a look at their boat. Nope. Maybe we missed something on the dumb wall at the dumb shrine thing. Just take another look, I guess. Nothing on the outside. It's literally just this stupid wall. Don't tell us you don't get it. You have to look at the wall in a certain order. There's no way. It couldn't possibly be that insane. Do you really?
This game makes Yakuza 2 look better.
Yeah, it actually does. I think this is supposed to spin.
Any desire to see Gladiator 2?
No, I couldn't give two fucking shits about stupid Gladiator 2. It's just a suck-ass movie that's not nearly as good as the original.
This is great. This is great.
What does that do? I'm not sure what that's supposed to do. Like, this isn't gonna change this, right? Wait, I'm really confused. Shop, card location, shrine shop, collectible. Wheel. Yeah, I don't think there's any, like, thing with the names that you need to do. Beam's fucking retarded. Why is this there? Is it just a red herring to waste your time?
You got a minute?
What can I do for you, Rio?
Did you see where the red snakes went?
They went that way.
I see.
Is she pointing a little to the right? Are they in here?
How about some Peking duck? I promise
Oh
it's
my
delicious.
God.
If you come to Niawu without trying our Peking duck, you'll regret it. Once you've had it, you get a certificate.
A certificate?
Have a seat right now, and you'll have the unique honor of being our 2,005,851st customer.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you a question?
What is it?
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
Red snakes? Oh, you mean those thugs?
Can you tell me anything about them?
I remember one saying something about them.
When?
He's one of my employees.
Where can I find this when?
One is in the mountains nearby, catching ducks.
In the mountains?
If you go down that road, you'll see a mountain trail to the right.
Oh
Okay,
my
I'll head
god,
over.
these people are
When
evil.
you're done with your business, be sure to come and eat.
They're killing all those ducks. Why doesn't Rio beat the shit out of them?
This is duck heaven? So this is where I'll find Wen.
Are we gonna have to
Sorry,
catch
but
ducks
are
just
you
like
Wen?
we caught chickens?
That I am.
I have some questions.
Well, that all depends on whether you're willing to help me out a little
There
first.
we go.
You can ask me whatever you want after that.
Sure.
The ducks went into hiding. Mind finding 10 of them for me?
Here we
I've
go.
got other business to attend to, so I'll be counting on you.
Guess I've got no choice.
I saw it coming. I knew it. At least this is just a video game. Never catch ducks for sick fuck ever in my life. Damn it. Damn it. Just why? It's insane.
Thanks for the help. You're pretty good. Wrangled ducks before, have you?
No, but I have experience with chickens.
Chickens? You're a funny one.
This game is insane.
So, what did you want to ask me?
Someone at the restaurant told me that you have seen the red snakes.
Red snakes? Leave me out of that conversation, young man.
So you know about them?
I've seen them around New Paradise.
New Paradise?
Yeah, they come and go around that place with all the games.
A venture area, huh?
Will that be all? I'm busy too, you know.
Sure.
Oh, almost forgot. There's your reward. I'm always hiring if you're in need of a job.
Thank you very much.
Rio is a sick fuck. He is evil, and he is not the protagonist of this game. CDG donated $2 promoting kidnapping Richard. See, this is your cue to turn this game off, and shame on Dodo for recommending Shenpu. I don't feel great about it either, dude. Thanks for the donation. Go to New Paradise.
Happy Thanksgiving. I used to be on the Israelis doing a genocide train, but as I've looked into it, I'm more convinced they aren't. Can you give me a genocides that most resemble the conditions in the Gaza war to compare and contrast?
There aren't any. I like, that's a stupid question. Thanks for the donation, Emperor Ghidorah.
Excuse me.
Hi! Are you here to exchange for prizes? You can trade in your tokens here.
Do you know where New Paradise is?
Sorry? New Paradise? New Paradise is right across the way. You'll see it the second you leave. Yup.
Okay.
How is this not... What? I'm confused.
New Paradise. Is this it?
Oh, so you have to, like, be able to read kanji. Okay. Fucking dickhead. Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, is it this?
Excuse me.
Oh, are you worried about money?
Have you seen any of the red snakes?
They always walk by here on their way to the prize exchange. They can probably tell that I don't make a lot of money.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
CDG, don't need to tell us which Doom game is your favorite. You've played all of them, right? I've played all of them except Doom 64. Probably Doom 2. Or sorry, Doom Eternal, I mean. You also, are you gonna get the new Doom and play it on stream when it comes out? Thanks. Well, yeah, obviously. Thanks for the donation, dude. There's no prize exchange. Are they fucking with me? The prize exchange is upstairs. We were just there. There's no way.
Excuse me.
Hi! Are you here to you can
Do you know where new
Sorry, you'll see.
Okay.
Hi! Ready to exchange those tokens? Trade your tokens in for prize. Okay. That one? Did you know that they can...
What is going on? Curious Tony $2. The names on the wall were an $800 Kickstarter reward, not a puzzle. Scroll down until you see $800 Shenmue patron. Oh, I see. Oh, that's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Excuse me.
Hi, go on.
Do you know where...
New pair. It's right. Didn't you...
Okay.
The guy told us to go to the fucking prize exchange. And then they're not there.
Excuse me.
Hey, come and take a look at...
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
Hey, man, we don't... I see him going in and out of the prize exchange, though.
Okay. Thanks.
So where the fuck do I find them? We went to the prize exchange.
Excuse...
Care for a drink?
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
We prefer to serve customers, and we pay the price.
Okay. Thanks.
Lately, they've taken to passing by here en route to the prize exchange.
Got it.
There's a different... Oh. There's a different prize exchange. They deliberately try to fuck with you. Oh my god.
Excuse me.
Come on up. The prize exchange is right here.
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
Sometimes they come here. They always say really disgusting things. I only put up with it because it's better than having them trash my shop.
I see.
It sounds like they cause major trouble at the Muren Cafe. So I'm walking on eggshells here.
Murin Cafe, huh? Okay, thanks.
I saw them go that way. Oh, the guy I know saw them. He's over there. Catch ducks. Oh, they're over there. Oh, they're over there. Oh, they're over there. Why? Oh my god. This isn't a game. Like, holy shit. Like, this actually drives me fucking nuts. Where the fuck is the Murin Cafe? Mel's Cafe? Oh my god. Oh hey, there's that guy again.
Excuse me.
Hey, come.
Where is the Muren Cafe?
Head over the bridge just inside the entrance to New Paradise. You'll see Muren Cafe written real small on the handrail.
Got it.
CDG, $20. The guy who made this is testing how far he can drive his fist up your ass and keep playing while Richard, your mental fortitude is unmatched. I would have uninstalled a long time ago. I really have a hard time telling if this guy is either completely and utterly insane, or if he's like one of the most brilliant trolls of all time. I have no idea. It's really hard to tell. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Is this the Murin Cafe? Moku Moku Cafe. Did he say just before the bridge? Small letters on the handrail. I'm... Golden Goose. Crime Cafe. I have no idea.
Excuse me. Where is the Murin Cafe?
It's just over the bridge in front of us. Didn't you see it? You'll see Muren Cafe carved into the bridge's handrail.
Got it. Thanks for the tip. It opens at noon. Guess I'll come back later.
This isn't it, right?
Pardon me. Where is the Moorend?
It is directly behind this establishment. The wooden bridge along this side is the cafe's entrance.
Okay.
It doesn't say Murin Cafe, it says something else. Why is that so fucking confusing? So this is it? CDG, $22, the game's ridiculous and tedious instruction is in a nutshell.
First go like this. Spin around, stop. Double take 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then pelvic thrust. Woo! Woo! Stop on your right foot, don't forget it. Now it's time to bring it around town. Bring it around town. Then you...
Yeah, that's basically this game. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Excuse me.
Hi there. Hey, what?
What do you mean?
The manager is always going on about wooden dummies. It's bad enough that I wonder if there's anything else going on.
Really?
Just a while ago, he spent the whole day thinking up a name for his new dummy. It's fine to like dummies, but I wish he'd put some effort into the cafe, too.
I see.
So this isn't it. So where the fuck is the stupid cafe? Am I retarded, or is this just very confusing?
Hi.
The general public can step no further.
I see.
Do I have to get down there somehow?
Pardon me.
If you require tokens, please step over.
I have business at the Moorend Cafe.
It is directly behind this establishment.
I see.
Where? What does he mean? CDG $22. Careful if you play this game too much, look what happened to John Cena.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是《速度与激情9》比冰淇淋《速度与激情9》我最喜欢，所以现在是音乐时间，准备。早上好。
Well, it was made by a Japanese guy, so I think I'm safe. Thanks for that donation, though, dude. I am just so confused. What does he mean directly behind the establishment? Is it here? Is this it? What? Where? Huh? I'm losing my fucking mind.
Excuse me. There's something I want to ask. Where is the Murin Cafe?
It's all the way down there.
Got it. Thanks a lot. Looks like I can't get through here. Excuse...
Looking for... Welcome to...
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
The red snakes? Oh yeah, those pests.
What happened?
They really
This
made
is
life
not a
difficult for
cafe.
us. I don't know what set them off, but they tore through the shop. They threw food
This is
everywhere
not
and
a
flipped
cafe.
tables. It was disgusting. Mr. Schur finally drove them off, thank goodness.
Mr. Schur?
The martial arts teacher at Liu Ha Hao. I had no idea he was so tough. He took care of those red snakes in no time. I couldn't believe it.
Mr. Schur at Liu Ha Hall.
And now I have to go somewhere else! Holy shit. This game goes nowhere! CDG donate $2. Excuse me, there's something I want to ask. Chinese, Japanese, what's the difference? I don't know. Okay, thanks.
It has come to my attention that there is a Chinese among us. Rest assured, he will be found. Security is launching a full-scale investigation into the genealogy records of every single one of our employees. This man will be found, and there will be dire consequences.
Too bad about that Chinese guy, huh?
Yes. Don't think it's that easy. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Hello, welcome to the... Do you know where Liu Ha Hall is?
Liu Ha Hall? So, like, Liu Ha Hall is on Blossom Road. And Blossom Road is past the promenade. It's a big, fancy building, so it'll stand out.
Okay.
Oh my god. When will it end, dude? This game is actually designed to make you go fucking insane. Which one's the promenade? Is this the promenade? Fuck is this place?
It ends when you die. Where's the red snakes? Where's the red snakes? Where's the red snakes? It ends when you die. Where's the red snakes? Where's the red snakes? Where's the red snakes? It ends when you die. Where's the red snakes? Where's the red snakes?
Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Why, welcome to Now then.
Do you know where Liu Ha Hall is?
Liu Ha Hall, you say? Liu Ha Hall is on Blossom Road. They're right above here.
Oh, the promenade, it's up here. There we go.
Hit me.
Is this the way to Liuha Hall?
That it is.
I'm looking for Mr. Sure.
Mr. Sure? I haven't seen him today, come to think of it.
Okay, thanks.
Come by again tomorrow.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
Dude. Really?
They had met in July 2019. By October 2019 they were in love.
Oh my god. That's amazing. Those are nice kitties. They became friends real quick. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Riley Donatellers, besides the fact he's not vegan, what do you think about Dr. Mike's nutrition advice?
Freaky Eaters, a title I'm not a fan of. In fact, in the past I watched was an actual.
I'm not gonna bother watching that. I've seen some videos he's made. It's sensible. Recommends eating lots of fiber, fruits, vegetables, low saturated fat, you know. Thanks for the donation, Riley. So I have to go back to the hotel, sleep, and then go back there for no fucking reason. After being told the red snakes are there, the red snakes are here, the red snakes are there.
So we back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side to side, this task a grueling one, hope to find some diamonds tonight, night diamonds tonight. Also, what phone you got, and is the S24 Ultra is a good choice for Black Friday?
I've got a Samsung S20 FE, and I don't know shit about phones, so don't ask me about phones.
I have just had a revelation. Richard is actually doing his meditation session live. All these times he was streaming Shenpu. He's a stoic. He is enlightened. Finding the red snakes is equivalent to Sisyphus. Hello, Mr. Richard Sisyphus Burgess.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, CDG, and thanks for the donation, KM. Oh my god. Can I not sleep yet? Okay, I get it. I get it. Oh my god.
Hey, Shinhua.
Hi, Rio.
I found an abandoned boat with a red snake on it at the Sonari Road Pier.
A red snake? You don't think...
The red snakes might have brought Yuren here.
Yes, Rio. I had a feeling.
I paid the shrine a visit in case anyone had seen anything.
And?
And I nearly got attacked with a broom.
What?
The shrine maiden there mistook me for one of the red snakes and tried to chase me off.
The maiden did that? How awful.
She quickly realized her mistake, but it seems the red snakes attacked Liu Zhao's shrine.
How
Sisyphus never rests. You can
The
not
shrine
sleep
maiden was
until the end of
devastated too.
eternity.
I wish we could help
Also, is that how you got
Me
so
too.
jacked?
That
Rolling
poor
a boulder
maiden.
up a hill for fun? Lol.
Well, that's basically what training
going to go
is,
back
so
to the
yeah.
room.
Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Okay.
Grey Knight donated $2. Palitards are at it again at Thanksgiving Day Parade. They tried to block the parade like they did last year. There was less of them than last year, and they were dispersed quicker. Restricted video, can't watch it. Well, they're fucktards, and they're just making everybody hate them, so... You know. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Look at this cat. He's tucked into his blankie. That's a good cat. So nice. That's an old lady spoon feeding her dog. That's nice. I really like that cat. Look at him sleeping under his blankies. So nice. Ah, crap. Wait! What the fuck happened? If I lost my progress, I might go insane. It better have autosaved. Oh my god. It had to have autosaved. Oh, wait.
As I was saying, Sisyphus, your
think we're
work
good.
never ends. LOL, I love this. LOL.
Okay, we're fine. It's saved. Yeah, thanks for the donation, CDG. I saved before that happened, so thank fuck.
Hey, Shinhua.
Hi, Dio.
Can I not skip
I
this?
found an abandoned boat with a red snake on it
Oh
at
my
the
God.
Sonori Road Pier.
A red snake? You don't think...
The red snakes might have brought Yuren here.
Yes, Rio. I had a feeling.
I paid the shrine a visit in case anyone had seen anything.
And?
And I nearly got attacked with a broom.
What?
The shrine maiden there mistook me for one of the red snakes and tried to chase me off.
The maiden did that? How awful.
She quickly realized her mistake, but it seems the red snakes attacked Liu Zhao's shrine.
How low will they go?
The shrine maiden was devastated too. I wish we could help them.
Me too. That poor maiden. Theo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
Okay. Dodo Tellers, this is actually a horror game like Still Wakes the Deep where you keep having to find or do something in order to find something else. And in the end, you realize the only way to end the game is blowing yourself up in a giant reservoir of oil.
Can't they move us? Okay.
Pretty much.
I'll do something about it.
Thanks
Just
for the
calm
donation,
down,
Dodo.
all right?
I want a luxury suite.
A suite?
Don't make me repeat myself. Clean, spacious, great view, a room fit for a queen like me.
Nothing but the best for you, my lady.
X-Corn Donate Tellers, no context. Apparently this is a peanut cake? That literally just looks like a rock they're eating. Or cement. Well, thanks for the donation, Hexacorn.
Hey, you!
Yes?
You need to... don't...
No.
Ah.
Hey, Shinhua.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you up?
Shut up.
I should be...
I'm getting...
Yeah?
Okay.
Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, I just realized. My camera is like huge. That's better. Oh yeah, I just realized that. Oh, it's being zoomed in. I forgot to change the camera. It's weird nobody complained.
The color is so green. Is this even a fruit? What kind of fruit
Why?
is it?
It's, you know...
Is there a
that
reason
one
for
fruit.
this?
Isn't that right?
This is a monk fruit, a Guiling specialty. They call it a spiritual fruit. Great for your skin and beauty.
Oh my.
All right, we'll take them all. We'll buy the lot.
Oh god.
The thief! Somebody help! Somebody catch him!
Stop there!
Here we go.
Oh, excuse me.
That's great.
Thank you.
Wait!
Damn it! Oh no. Oh no.
Wait!
Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales, Johnny Teller's Richard Joy, and Just Talk Stream, President Sunday, and Destiny are beefing right now. Join that shit, Storm. Stop playing, stop. Stop playing the slop.
Hey! Hey!
I might do that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Who are you?
As you can see, just a cormorant fisherman.
Oh, fuck.
Excuse me.
Huh? What is it?
Would you please give this to the couple in 207?
What?
Please.
Fine.
This shit is
I have to talk to
fucked.
Mr. Shi at Liu Ha Hall.
I was going there! They literally just did this to stop you from doing the thing you were supposed to do the day before.
So your wife was right, though, right? Like, you were fucking lying when you made your audience think she was crazy.
Who joined? Oh, it's Vegan Gains. What's up, Vegan Gains?
Oh, hey, Vic.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, pass on that gay shit. Get out.
Oh, actually, speaking of gay shit, though, Destiny, when are you covering Lauren's Tenant Media hearing?
I don't know. When do you think I should cover it? President Sunday.
I couldn't catch that. Can you say that again?
Well, I thought that. Never mind. I don't know. When do you think I should?
I don't know. When do you think you should?
Is he just jealous that he can't land a girl like Lauren Southern or something?
Yes.
Nope,
That's exactly
not how it
that's
works.
exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is.
Okay.
I don't have the game Steven has. I haven't ingested enough cum yet. Someday, but not yet.
Don't you fuck literal men?
Only figurative men.
Is that transphobia? What the fuck?
No, that is poetry.
I didn't expect. Well, you've been hanging out with some weirdos recently.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Oh yeah, Destiny, I just debated your son on veganism.
Nice. Did you convert him?
Not sure if I did yet, but I got him to concede and he watched, I think Dominion or Earthlings on Netflix.
Wow. Good job.
Well,
He's a lot smarter than you.
Well, you know, that's good for him, I guess.
Could I get him a Christmas present?
Can you?
Yeah.
I feel like if you send it to me and I'll send it to him, okay?
Okay.
Don't do that.
This call just went.
I was
so
thinking of getting him a really good,
How did we get here, bro?
I was thinking.
What the fuck happened?
I heard there was an age play conversation. I figured I gotta get me in on that.
I'm laughing so hard. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting him a really good airsoft pistol to shoot you with.
Okay. Sounds based.
Get yourself a real pistol to use on yourself.
Okay. That's
He has one.
kind of aggressive.
Your mouth must taste sour afterwards, Steve, no?
Holy shit.
Like, that's an experience. You know... People say, oh, Steven's
How
just gay,
much do you want
apparently,
to talk
but...
about dudes cum in other dudes' mouths?
Just let him keep
How
going.
much, man?
Be grateful, I just want to talk about it. He wants to slurp it.
Are you sure you don't want to? You seem more invested in cum in his mouth than he is.
But just journey with me for a bit. Like,
No, thank
that
you.
stuff has fermented by that point a little bit now.
Hard fucking pass.
Like, there's a... Like, what is your breath like afterwards? What is that
I'm
like?
just glad he's not talking about kids anymore. Like, let's look count the blessings here.
Oh, I mean, I'm just horrified for Lauren. Like, imagine not knowing this, putting your mouth on someone else's mouth and learning it's been up some random e-girl's hoo-ha, sucking out God knows what from where. And you kiss your kids goodnight. That's unpleasant. That's an unpleasant thought. An unwholesome thought.
You just
I resent it being in my head.
fanficked pedophilia and like engrossed
No,
detail.
unfortunately, this is
In what
this
world
is all.
does the man
Unfortunately,
kiss his
this is
child
all.
after having cum in his mouth?
This
Like,
is
do
all.
you think
This
that's
is
ever
all.
happened in the history of his life? But you took it there.
Oh, I hope
you
not.
had to bring
I
it there
hope
with your
not.
creepy little furry voice into the pedo ring.
No. No, unfortunately, it was brought there long in advance of me being aware of it. Long in advance of me being aware of it. Alas. I mean, the real crime here is Steven's probably getting off on this right now as we speak. It's kind of wonderful, actually. It's immune.
Irony's
Yeah, it definitely sounds like I'm the one
He's
getting
the
off
one getting
on
off?
this conversation. For sure.
Oh, just tremendously. Massively so. Why else would you share your DMs with Lauren with some random 19-year-old freak who'd link them to me? That's a little weird. I personally wouldn't do that with much milder stuff.
Wait.
That's very stupid.
You know that guy sent me all of your DMs, right? You didn't
Yeah.
remotely try to make sure that those were actually from the girl.
Yeah, but see, here's the difference, though.
Wait, you
Here's the
understand
difference,
that,
though,
right?
J-Stock.
You understand
Here's the
that
difference,
you were
though,
just super
J-Stock.
horny for these?
Here's the
Right?
No, I wasn't.
Oh,
No, I
yeah.
wasn't. No, I wasn't.
You
I was
were.
actually skeptical.
You were.
I was skeptical
No, you
until
weren't.
there was a proliferation of them.
You weren't skeptical until he sent you images of a giant black cock, dude. You realize he sent us all those DMs too,
Oh
right?
yeah, no, I saw the entire thing. But you know what I also saw? What I also saw was a mountain of other DMs. A mountain of other DMs that he sent to others. A mountain of other DMs that he sent to others that you did not say were fake because you wouldn't dare. Are they fake, Steven? Come on, help me out here. Are they fake? Have I been fooled? Have I been bamboozled?
Wonderful sweaters that you
Have I been bamboozled? This is the lie, right? You didn't fantasize constantly. You weren't unable to get it up with Lauren because you just can't do it without sucking out some man's cum from another woman. Can't do
I
it.
think that was on the third page of DMs, wasn't it? I think, yeah.
I can't remember. I looked at him once and that was enough.
How can you be gay and homophobic at the same time? Isn't that kind of a weird contradiction?
Oh, I don't think there's anything about homosexuality that
Also
entails
called
cheating
his
on your
partner
wife.
is trans
There's
male partner,
nothing.
metaphorical man.
Oh, I don't.
Metaphorical?
Beg your pardon? I didn't say metaphorical.
It was a different word. Not
It's
real
a play.
was the
It's
general
a.
thing.
It's a
kinda
play on
weird.
words. It's a play on words when you say literal. It's a strange thing to say as opposed to what?
So, President Sunday, what's better, ass or
Yes.
tits?
Ass,
Oh,
easily.
figurative, right.
Obviously, ass. What kind
Okay,
of
well,
pervert says tits?
I was gonna call you gay if you said tits.
As well you should.
Destiny, can you leave the call so they leave?
I I can't just hang out in here?
No.
Hanging out with the boys.
They're only here because of you.
Hold on. You know what this? You know what it's called? It's called Could Use Lav, right? Am I wrong?
Yes,
No.
it could.
That's a bridge. That's a
No,
bridge.
that's a fucking cookie for me, baby. Give me something to do.
I sent the link. We'll see what happens.
Is Lav coming?
Let me see here.
Oh yeah, somebody from chat wanted me to ask you, Destiny, what's Lauren's favorite position?
Isn't she a third positionalist, where they're like socially a little bit liberal, but like conservative fiscally or whatever?
Not
Is the
that
Nazi
kind
one?
of, not that kind of position. You know, like in bed.
Oh, my guess, probably with a.
My guess.
Probably on your side. That'd be my. Isn't that how most people sleep?
My guess.
I don't think he's getting it.
Look, all I care about, Steven.
More dudes come.
All I
guess.
care about, honestly,
By the way,
at the end
this
of
is
the
all
day,
about politics. By the way,
it is.
It's all about politics.
It is. And
what was the political advantage of asking for?
I'm gonna tell
me?
you.
Can I ask you?
I'm gonna tell you though. Okay. I'm gonna tell you very quickly, okay? This is all that matters in the end.
Gonna
Okay.
start with that, or are you gonna like actually rant about something else?
I just want to know. that Steven did his due diligence
not
and
gonna
made sure
start
that there's
with that.
absolutely
So
no
you're not
chance
gonna start with
whatsoever.
that. You're
No,
not
I'm
going to start with that.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm not gonna start with what? Sorry, pardon me.
Can you tell me what was the political relevance of asking for leaks on me or Chud Logic or
Political relevance? Why would there be political relevance?
Because the whole reason you said you're leaking these was because we had to expose that these people didn't have legitimate political beliefs.
What?
True.
I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
I said that.
You said that on your stream.
That they didn't have legitimate political beliefs?
Yes, that the
What
two
the fuck
people
are you
you were
talking
leaking
about?
about that they didn't have, that they were actually just grifters.
Oh, they are
you
grifters, but
lost?
that doesn't mean they don't have legitimate political beliefs. What are you talking about?
Okay. Why are you
No,
trying
seriously, what the
Why
fuck
are
are you
you
talking about?
trying to
Why would I
penetrate your
care
way
about
around
why would I
this?
care about you having legitimate political beliefs, J-Stock? You're a non-entity. I don't give a shit about you.
Do you think I'm a grifter? Do you think I'm a grifter?
I don't care. I don't think about you at all.
You asked for my leaks. You asked for leaks about me.
I asked for a few people because they were saying, "Oh, I got some stuff here. What do you want to look for?" And I just floated some names. So why the fuck not? That's it.
Because you said the whole reason you were leaking these that you wouldn't normally care is you didn't want to go into any of the sexual shit, right?
Yeah.
But it was about these people were grifters. You had to let everyone know that they were grifting, that they weren't sincere in the things they were telling people. So I'm wondering
Nope.
how that applies
Nope.
to me or
Nope.
Chud
I
Logic.
just cared about the lying. That's all I cared about.
It's pretty hypocritical
Okay.
considering this guy runs from debates with Avi on Israel-Palestine.
He entered in the debate in advance by himself, but it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is this. Only thing that matters at all.
It's
Yeah.
come time.
It's
I'm
come
gonna watch
time.
Steven
It is
suck
it is
cum
come
out of
time.
a fucking
It is
pussy.
come time. It is come time. All that matters. All that matters. There's no chance at all. No chance at all, Steven. You did your due diligence. You got your needles and everything.
I'm done. Okay.
Just be
I'm
clear,
done.
I didn't tell
I'm
him to pick
done.
anybody.
I'm done. I'm done.
Steven running away again.
Honestly, if he just yelled out whatever he wanted to say, it would have been fine. But he has to do the theatrical fucking release of whatever statement he's gonna make.
He's a theatrical
just fucking go.
guy.
Just
that
fucking
guy has
talk.
starred in a lot of plays in high school.
All right. Let me see. Is live joining?
Wow.
One
well,
second.
what's
I'm
up,
sending
guys?
messages. J-Stock runs. Bro, the guy... I can't actually, without breaking the TOS, say with the guy, he just, talk. He could just talk. But when he goes and he has to wind up and jerk himself off before making a statement, it's too tempting.
You're scared.
Uh-huh. get Merc and Lav together. Is Merc around? We could pull Merc in. Merc could just join, actually.
Alright, well, Destiny, I'll message you later to get your son a gift. You're fine with me.
Yeah, I'll
Huh?
keep my eyes open. I'll keep my eyes open.
Okay, you're fine with me, like, sending him a airsoft pistol, right?
Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Probably not. Actually, no.
Okay.
If you want, I don't know if he has a dono link or how any of that shit works. Because I feel like it just has a bad precedent for people on the internet sending my kid things, so probably not a good idea.
Okay. Alright, well, take care, dude.
Love you, be careful, bye.
Alright. Dodo Nutillers asked Destiny to get you on Jubilee again. I know you don't want to, but you should keep pushing. That's how you get it done, bro. Just ask. What's the worst that can happen if you ask again? Nothing to be afraid of. I'm not gonna bother, like, he's just not interested. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I love how they booted President Sunday. That was hilarious.
Excuse me.
Hit me.
I'm looking for Mr. Schur.
He's inside.
Got it.
Dodo Nutillers, did China really look like that in the 80s, 90s? Cities seemed so peaceful and clean and calm, an atmosphere close to nature too and low stress. Can guarantee you, people in China in the 80s and 90s were not low stress. There's always nice places, like in every country, but yeah, no, it's people making fucking jeans for 18 hours a day in a shitty factory. That's most of China. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. He is not inside. Oh.
Are you Mr. Schur?
Yeah? What do you want?
I heard you fought off the Red Snakes in New Paradise.
You Japanese?
Yes.
And you do martial arts?
I do.
Then why don't we talk with our fists? I'd love to see a Japanese fighting style. I'll tell you anything you want to know after that.
Anything?
KK Lyjerd and I tell us
Yeah.
who's the woman Destiny
I mean,
has a
anything I
son
know,
from?
at
Alina?
least.
No. It's a previous relationship. Thanks for the donation, dude. What in the fuck? I'm... What is the combination? I literally can't see the combination. What does it want me to fucking do?
Here I go.
Okay, maybe it's AYY?
Can we talk now?
Yeah, a promise is a promise.
I hear you fended off the red snakes in New Paradise.
They were threatening the folks at the Muren Cafe.
What did they look like?
There were two of them. One was thin, and the other was big as a panda.
The same pair that was at the bustling diner.
So, you've met them already. They're called Lu and Sheng.
Yeah.
Wait. So you're the out-of-towner that helped out the dried goods vendor?
Yeah, I guess.
I heard about that. Let me thank you as well.
It wasn't anything.
The red snakes are really running loose. They even attacked Hua Xiao Temple. Talk about bad karma. But there's nothing I can do against an entire gang.
Do you know where they are?
There's a casino called the Golden Goose in New Paradise. They often gather there.
We were literally just there.
Goose.
We were literally just there. Oh, Jesus.
Hello there.
I hear the red snakes come by here.
I'm not at liberty to answer questions of that nature.
Ah, okay.
Welcome. Do you have a VIP card?
VIP card?
That's right. The room up ahead is for Golden Goose VIPs only.
VIPs have their own room? How do I become a member?
You fill out an application and submit it to the Golden Goose. The process takes about 2 months in all.
2 months? Isn't there some way to speed up the process?
Well, there is. But first you would need a referral from a VIP.
Just tell me who to talk to.
I'm afraid that's simply impossible. We must respect the privacy of our valued members.
Of course.
Oh, no.
Excuse me.
Are you in need of tokens? You need to purchase some tokens.
Thank you kindly. You can exchange those for prizes, so be sure to visit the prize exchange. Whatever you select there can be sold for cash at any local pawn shop.
Pardon me.
What can I do for you?
Can you introduce me to one of your VIP members?
That is not a request with which I can comply.
I see.
Greetings. Welcome to the Gold. Do you require a...
No thanks.
If you have any questions...
Thanks.
Where's the prize exchange? Oh, is it? Yeah, it's over here.
Excuse me.
Come on up. The prize...
Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
I don't think I'm the right person to ask.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Excuse me.
Make your way up to the...
Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
No idea. That's got nothing to do with me.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Welcome to Lucky...
Can you introduce me to one of your VIP members?
No time for conversation.
Who are your VIP members?
Red snakes are nice, but how about Lucky Hit? Give it a shot.
Okay.
Are you...
Don't remind...
The Golden Goose is Niaowu's prime venture. We offer only Lucky Hit, Flower... It's exciting. Flower...
I see. Excuse me. Can you introduce...
It's no good talking to employees.
Who are your VIP members?
You can ask me all you like, but I'll...
I see.
Hello there. Would you like a photo?
Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
A VIP? I get lots of Golden Goose customers, but I don't know who the VIPs are.
Okay. Thanks anyway.
VIPs are rich, aren't they? So go find some rich people.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
What the fuck? I just fucking can't right now. I'm done. Oh my god, that game is so terrible. Holy fucking shit, that is so bad. Dear God. It's just endless.
Canada, which used to have the reputation as a welcoming, friendly country, is now one of the most hostile places to live in the developed world. Now, this isn't because of the people, of course, it's because of the prices.
My bill just keeps going up. It doesn't matter how much I try to cut back, it's constantly going up. And I just don't even know what to do about it.
They're ripping us off like they're ripping you off.
I feel like they're all in cahoots.
Over the
Riley, don't need to tell her, seems like Chip betrayed Sky and has strict deontological ethics.
It wasn't instant. I had some steps, and I think everybody in this world kind of had some steps. Nobody went from eating meat to animals be oppressed instantly. Everybody had some steps. That doesn't mean anything. You're not going to go anywhere with this person. Then this person, but then if you are speaking to this person, why not try to make them to consume less animal products? This isn't a welfarist stance. It's just a stance of trying to get this, like this person will literally have steps in this. If you try to get them to the next step, why not?
Yeah, I mean, this is all academic, right?
You know, at the end of the day, by the way, just FYI, I don't give a shit about veganism. And I'm sorry, I only care about the animals. I don't care about the ideology. I care that no more animals get exploited, abused, or slaughtered. That's it. I care. If you want to call that veganism, call it veganism. If not, I personally am vegan, but I don't care. That's all I am. It wasn't in.
Who cares what any of them think, dude?
For the past few decades, the cost of living in Canada
Thanks
has
for the
gone through
donation,
the roof,
Riley.
propelled by rising costs in housing, groceries, utilities, and pretty much everything else. Meanwhile, wages have stagnated since 2006, while immigration has only increased, and it's led to a wide range of debilitating social issues, like a staggering 20% rise in homelessness since 2018. It's a process that the government has largely let happen and even encouraged in some cases, as we'll find out later. But the reality on the ground is that living in Canada is a question of survival, and for most people, these problems have massive negative impacts on how they live their lives. It's clear from the stats that Canadians are suffering. In the Canadian Social Survey of 2024, nearly half of the respondents said that their budgets couldn't keep up with the rising costs.
I forgot to send these earlier when I saw him earlier, lol smile.
Dum-dum.
Yes?
You give me gum-gum.
I give you gum-gum?
You do dum-dum, you give me gum-gum.
Yeah, Shgummies my gum-gum.
Morning, dum-dum.
Me no dum-dum, you dum-dum. You bring me gum-gum?
Yes.
It'll be great to hang out with you guys every night. I just hope I'm up to the job.
Of course you are. All you need is grit, moxie, and...
Give me gum-gum, dum-dum, son.
My name's Nick.
Yes, gum-gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Canadian household debt is another indicator of how bad it's gotten. Per citizen, it's the highest in the G7. But what really paints the picture is how Canada's Prime Minister chose to speak to his country and the response he's gotten from his fellow Canadians. Strangely, Trudeau decided that emulating bad YouTube apology videos was the best for his message on immigration. The response was, as you would expect, absolutely terrible, with around 68,000 dislikes to 22,000 likes at the time of this video. In the 7-minute long overpolished video, Trudeau covers the general basics that you'd associate with terrible apology videos. He begins by saying he'll admit his mistakes, even though he doesn't really throughout the video. Then he immediately shifts the blame to bad actors despite the fact that he implemented the policies which let it all happen.
Increasingly, bad actors like fake colleges and big chain corporations have been exploiting our immigration system for their own interests. So we're doing something major. We're reducing the numbers of immigrants that will come to Canada for the next 3 years.
The biggest fault with this press release, though, lies in the short section where he diagnoses Canada with a labour shortage. While Trudeau himself doesn't go into much detail about why this is apparently the root cause of Canada's problems, the video does use part of an interview with Dennis Darby, a representative for Canadian industry. He says while talking about Canada's industry that, quote, "We've had a chronic shortage of labour over the past decade. It's the #1 issue."
So we think there needs to be more, and you need to continue to push that, push the pedal to the floor to bring more people into Canada.
This moment has become a focal point in the overwhelming negative response to the video. And of course, lots of the top comments are just people that are astounded by how tone deaf the video is. One of them writes, "This is like someone who sets fire to everyone's house in the street, then sits them down for a serious conversation on fire safety." Another lays blame squarely on Trudeau's shoulders, saying, "People are mad because people born and raised in Canada can't afford to live. You've been talking about housing your entire time in office, and yet the problem has only gotten worse." But the video's insinuation that Canada's problems lie with a labour shortage has been particularly highlighted, with lots of comments denying that it's even true, let alone relevant. It's because it shows just how out of touch Trudeau and the establishment have become to regular Canadians' problems. To back up the point, in the entire crisis, and space-grade aluminum, making their products both of a speculative financial asset. Regardless of where you live, you'll probably have seen this happen. Over the past 50 years, buying a home has gone from an achievable goal on an average salary to something that only the richest can afford. Meanwhile, investors who got involved in the housing market have seen their assets skyrocket in value. But while all of this is true, it fails to see the larger point. Financialization isn't just housing becoming a financial asset, it's the transformation of a whole society to increase the value of financial assets. Nowhere is this worse than Toronto, a city where financialization has been the cause of more than a 40% increase in home prices over the last 5 years alone. But as we'll soon find out, it's also damaged a lot more than just Toronto's housing market. The true cost of Canada's financialization is laid out in the book Critical Dialogues of Urban Governance, Development and Activism. While it's got a wordy title, the actual content is more straightforward than you'd expect. It's basically a collection of essays with some of them describing just how badly financialization has messed up both London and Toronto. Of course, we'll be focusing more on Toronto. As chapter 14 describes, financialization has lots of different causes, but one of the main ones is the relatively recent globalization of finance. Even 50 years ago, your options as an investor were mostly limited to your own country. You could invest in foreign companies pretty easily, but other foreign assets were much harder to get into. But that's all changed, and now if you want to put your money into foreign housing markets like Toronto's, you easily can. Banks have even created ways of storing the assets, which let you buy a share in a fraction of lots of other houses, rather than just one building or home.
Opinion on Trudeau? I'm American, but he seems like probably the best. Maybe the Liberals need a new figurehead.
Trudeau's an incompetent, lying retard. That's really all there is to know about him. Thanks for the donation though, Blake.
In a world of shadows, his voice ignites. For animals' freedom, he boldly fights. With facts and fire, he clears the haze, a beacon for change, in countless ways. Vegan gains, relentless, the truth remains, a voice for the voiceless, breaking chains.
Yes, that's ChatGPT making that poem. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
It was this process that led to the financial crash of 2008, but it's also changed the very fabric of cities as well. This is where Toronto and Canadian cities as a whole differ from other Western megacities. When the financial markets exploded over the past 50 years and their economic influence increased, Canada was ahead of the curve. Nearly all Western cities' economies have changed their focus from manufacturing to finance and technology. And this changed the cities themselves, as Chapter 9 describes. This has led to rapid gentrification of the inner city, deconversion of many older housing units from rental tenure to owner occupation, and a slow shift of the immigration reception neighborhoods into the suburbs. In English, this means as the city center becomes the place where all the wealth was created and concentrated, the focus of the city naturally shifted as well. Neighborhoods closer to the city got more expensive, and the old residents got pushed out by investors buying up the homes. These old middle or lower class homes were then either sold to richer people to live in, or even converted into much more expensive luxury housing. And as the process continued over decades, its effects reached every part of the city. Any investment into the housing market has been disastrous. For example, a report on Vancouver and Victoria's housing markets showed that over 6 billion Canadian dollars have been laundered and invested by multinational criminal organizations, and that figure will most likely pale in comparison to the so-called legitimate foreign investment as well. It was only a few years ago in 2018 that Toronto started, and the book explains how this happened in a few short steps. First, the Canadian government made sure that investors could get credit from the government pretty much risk-free with virtually no interest. The advertised reason for this move was to stimulate the economy with more private investment, but it didn't quite work out that way. Instead, the massive amounts of free credit and easy borrowed money created a gold rush for investors. They started bidding wars for homes, massively increasing the prices. A lot of this investment was focused on rental properties, either so that the rent could then be increased or just to turn them into second homes. And this brings us right back to reality, and the outstandingly poor rental market in Canada. Let's go over what we've just been talking about. Gentrification and the transformation of cities decreased the supply of rental properties. Foreign investment decreased the supply of rental properties. And finally, the Canadian government's decision to create a housing market feeding.
Hey, guess what? I'm gay. Gay as a football bat. L7 wiener fart ass gay faggot eat my shit, I'm a pedophile there, I said it, eat my dick.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Spooderman.
Frenzy made things
Vegans are dumb, donate $2. Yeah, we already reacted to that. Thanks for the donation.
even worse. There have been plenty of other factors that we don't really have time to explore here, like Canada's welcoming of short-term lets. The Airbnb market in Canadian cities is absolutely massive, and each one is a home that could have gone to someone who actually lives there. But the results are the same. Regular people have been pushed out of their homes, and barely anyone can afford to live in these cities anymore. Now to even survive in Toronto, you need to make at least $60,000 a year. Honestly, it's more like $80,000 if you actually want to own any possessions. In the other large cities, it's a little bit better, but that really isn't saying much. So why did they let all of this happen? We can give a pretty simple answer based on basic speculation. It's simply the fact that all of this has made a few powerful people filthy rich. The people who control policy are also the people who own lots of assets and benefit from skyrocketing house prices. They don't care what happens to regular people, they'll push the prices as high as they can as long as people still show up to work every day. It's in this way that high housing prices are a symptom of how unequal the economy has become. But high housing prices, and particularly high rental prices, also creates lots of problems for society by themselves. First, there's the direct cost to companies. Commercial rents have shot up along with residential rents, forcing many businesses to close under the pressure. It's a massive factor on its own, but the problem goes deeper than that. Overall, 33% of Canadians rent, but it's much higher in the cities. In Toronto, it's 48%. Quebec City is at 49%, Vancouver's at around 55%, and in Montreal, over 60% of the residents are renting. As the rents in all of those cities have skyrocketed in recent years, wages have also stagnated. In fact, they've even gone backwards compared to inflation and the cost of living. You can tell by looking at a stat called real GDP per capita, and it measures how much the average citizen of a GDP per capita to the USA's, and it's not pretty. It's not like people in the US are having a great time, but in Hyper's World showed that over the last 5 years, Canada's nightlife industry contracted by over 4 people. Immigration.
Yeah, Trudeau probably did this intentionally because he's corrupt as fuck. He's also, it seems like he also, like, embezzled money and gave it to his friends and shit. It's pretty crazy. Well, he is not going to be in office for very long. Looks like we're going to get a big fat conservative majority. All right, think I'm gonna go poop and then go to bed and then I should be on tomorrow, so again, depending on when I wake up and shit, might do a gaming stream, but we'll see. But I will be on tomorrow night in all likelihood. So we'll see you all then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Poe donated $2 even more.
The skyrocketing cost of living.
I was skipping meals because I was struggling to afford.
We'll watch that tomorrow or something. But thanks for the donation, Poe. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.